Welcome to Spooktober once again, audience. We're proud to kickstart the month off with a harmless ranking video.
We'll be ranking over 261 horror movies from S tier to haven't watched it.
Well, you guys know me and horror don't get along well, so I don't know how much input I can give, other than the classics, which don't scare me now, but used to back in the day.
Joe, I've heard you still get spooked seeing yourself in the fucking mirror, so anything pretty much scares you. Now, I know we'll likely get flack and a bit of a dent to the like and dislike ratio due to us ranking some of these films, and we haven't seen every movie on the planet. If there are any on this list that we put under haven't watched, that you guys have watched, let us know if they're even worth scouring for, or we're better off watching paint dry.
I'm on chapter 476 of that myself, quite invigorating.
Without further ado, let's begin.
This is the tier list, and these are all the fucking movies we have to rank. It'll be a long one, folks, so get comfy.
I can see a lot of classics on here. I can actually participate in commentary for some of these.
And I can tell the amount of movies I have not watched, so we'll likely fill up the haven't watched tier with a good few of them.
I see a good few god-awful movies as well. F will be known as fuck this movie tier.
I can hear our audience angrily commenting before we've even begun.
Alrighty, 10 Cloverfield Lane starring John Goodman and Elizabeth Winstead. I barely even remember this movie, other than John being an absolute psycho and nailing his performance.
I can agree with you there. It's supposed to be a movie about survivors hiding from the Cloverfield monster. I think, like I said, John makes it remotely enjoyable.
At first I thought 13 Ghosts was the remake with Matthew Lillard, but nope. This is the original. Haven't seen it, and neither have I seen Nightmares.
Any comment on either, Joe?
I thought the one with Shaggy was the original. As for Nightmares, no clue. I thought you were asking me about Nightmare on Elm Street for a second.
Osaw is definitely a high A-tier movie for me. The sequels were definitely hit and miss, but the first movie was ingenious for what it was.
There were definitely some gripping moments while watching it, and the big plot twist at the end I could have never predicted as a first-time watcher.
I didn't like the sawing bits. But now we get to talk about Reanimator, a spin on the zombie genre that's insane but fun to watch whenever.
Same thing with Saw, being that the original was super good and then the sequels just sucked ass. Luckily, I don't see a lot of sequels here.
I don't have the slightest clue what Repulsion is.
Oh, I'm sure its fans will come raging in the comments about how we're stupid and haven't seen such a masterpiece and stuff like that. Silent Night, Deadly Night is such a gory movie, but I love it when I watch it around Christmas time. Enjoyable gorehound flick.
I still shudder thinking about the wood chipper scene.
Oh, we are definitely sending Cabin in the Woods up to S tier. It breaks the fourth wall in many ways. Even literal, so many tropes mocked and destroyed by the film. It's amazing.
On that same note, I will add Unbreakable to the same tier. Something about it is so captivating, and it makes me wonder why M. Night Shyamalan kept making disasters when we know he can make groundbreaker movies.
Money is the best answer. That and a super high ego. Mark Wahlberg would know firsthand.
28 Days Later is one of those movies that always feels like you're watching it for the first time. It's incredible.
Very few movies can achieve such a status, and this nailed it. 30 Days of Night is one of those movies that really told us that vampires can be scary and they don't fucking sparkle.
They don't? Twilight lied to me.
What the fuck is the ABCs of death? Sounds fucking stupid, and it likely sucks as well. I haven't watched, it goes. Now time to piss off Alien fans. While this isn't as atrocious as Resurrection, I cannot tell you how bored I was when watching Alien 3. Several directors came and went during pre-production. Its script was in a state of flux while the film was being shot. Oh, and Alien 1 and American Psycho go way up on this list, but American Psycho can sit at a high A only because the pacing is kind of weird.
I can't tell if that Amityville Horror is the original or the remake with Deadpool.
Both were equally painful to watch at times, and honestly were just poor adaptations. The remake could have done it justice, but didn't, sadly.
Low B, bordering high C for me. Oh, fucking hell, I almost forgot about this one. Anaconda is such a dated movie with its cheap effects and bringing in celebrities like Ice Cube and J-Lo while wasting Jon Voight. Owen Wilson was just being Owen Wilson.
Seeing Ice Cube in a movie makes it more enjoyable for me. Brother love.
Elm Street movies should go straight to A tier without any arguments. S would be too generous, as while they are great movies, the cheesiness and corniness are off the damn charts.
Damn straight, Joe. Annabelle was a fucking waste and not even scary. They tried to mimic Robert the Doll mixed in with Poltergeist, but I did not give a shit at all.
Apollo 18 was mid, nothing more.
What is it with horror movies and having John Goodman be the best character? Jeff Daniels did awesome as well, but John stole the movie. Also, fuck spiders.
Can't argue with that. John's an icon, and when he eventually passes, it will be a sad day for us all. Parody or not, Attack of the Killer Tomatoes is fucking garbage. Welcome to the fuck this movie tier. Alien versus Predator. almost gets shoved into the fuck this movie tier had it not had some decent fight scenes between the two.
Birdemic is an easy F for me. Oof, the My Bloody Valentine remake. It had a lot of potential, and while I didn't hate it, I didn't care for it either. It's not really a good thing when you root for everyone to die, you know. Haven't seen Bride of Frankenstein and Oh My Lord, My Brother in Christ. This movie is a genuine classic. Easy A tier, my guy.
I'm debating on putting it in A or I put it as a high B tier. It's a great movie, but not to that extent.
You will regret that decision, Don.
Is it bad when I say that Carrie wasn't really a fantastic movie? It is pretty good, but I just can't stand the film quality of it.
The remake and the original are basically the same in my head when it comes to ranking. I wouldn't necessarily flip the channel if it came on. Children of the Corn is so stupid that it's a blast to watch. Oh baby, it's Christine, arguably even more terrifying than the car. The tune is super eerie.
Didn't they go through so many cars that it started a shortage in the auto industry?
Wouldn't surprise me at all. But it all worked out in the end, and we got a timeless classic, although it still has its fair share of stupid character decisions. The original Cloverfield, it's a film that shows that found footage is a good style to use if done well. We never see the monster like Jaws until the film decides it's time to show us.
I remember watching Creature of the Black Lagoon in theaters. Needless to say, bodies of water made me paranoid after that.
I don't remember it too well, but I'm curious how someone would go about remaking it. Oh, fuck me. Creep is a movie I thought I was going to hate until I watched it through and through. It's terrifying how dangerous an average Joe can be.
Hey, I'm better than average. At least that's what Jill says to me.
As much as Brandon Lee dying because of this role doesn't mean it goes high on the list. It's far from awful, but if this is the closest to an adaptation can get, I guess we can live with it. Also, it was this movie that made me hate pets, especially dogs. Fucking Cujo being hyper-aggressive with rabies and shit.
I would still try to pet Cujo, even if it meant I contract rabies and perish.
A lot of these older films tend to go over my head because there were so many horror films in the 50s and 60s that they failed to realize that making them timeless is impossible. Time to piss off more horror fans. Day of the Dead is what you get when you still have that dated look from a decade prior, and yet you could only do what was readily available. No fucking clue what this movie is.
Some of these that we haven't watched I heard were kind of shit anyway, so we save ourselves the torture, mentally. Oh boy, The Descent. I'll be honest, I barely paid attention during first viewing up until when shit really kicked off. Then on a second viewing, I really empathized with how fucking scary caving can be, especially when you throw monsters into the mix.
Yeah, I can definitely see that from your point of view. Fuck this stupid-ass movie, by the way.
This movie is Bela Lugosi's best role to me. Him, Vincent Price, and Christopher Lee were the Count Draculas of the day. Not saying the newer ones couldn't do it, but all three fit their roles with perfection, with Bela Lugosi becoming the template.
For a second, I thought I remember seeing Dreamcatcher, but I don't think I did. Same with this escape room movie, which I heard wasn't liked too well anyway. The Evil Dead films go straight to A tier for me. If Bruce Campbell wasn't Ash Williams, I don't think I would have liked the franchise much. Army of Darkness was the best one, but it's not on here, sadly.
The Exorcist is an easy S tier. If a movie like this can be considered cursed, then we know it has done its job too well.
Fuck this stupid-ass Flatliners movie. The potential it had got squashed like a pest. I don't know if this is the original or the Jeff Goldblum remake, but either way, they both are highly enjoyable with the remake going the extra mile when it comes to using practical effects for body horror. Frankenstein is a classic, Nuff said. Not the best, definitely not the worst. And I've never seen Freaks, nor have I heard anyone talk about it.
Next one's gonna be a fucking doozy. I love Freddy vs. Jason, but it's only a guilty pleasure, and I know how bad it is if you took out the fight scenes.
Hell on earth production-wise, I've heard.
It's why it's so hard to rank, because the fight scenes are highly enjoyable. Although the whole thing about Jason being terrified by water is a fucking piss-off due to the films disregarding that. Middle of the road, better than Children of the Corn.
I don't get why they chose only to include Friday the 13th Part 2 in this list, but I guess when you consider it to be the start of the Jason Voorhees we all know, at least before the iconic mask, it's pretty good.
Our haven't watched tiers piling up every minute. Might have to make a note of these in case we got people shocked that we haven't seen this film or that film. I'm glad they included the original Fright Night and not the remake with fucking McLovin. By the way, this is the dumbest horror film premise ever. Being stuck on a chairlift, my God, that's stupid. The original had so much class and cleverness, and it felt realistic, like the protag actually had a fucking vampire as a neighbor that wants to fuck his mom. Also, a good few of these classics, like Godzilla from 1954, will be low Bs only because they're severely dated.
Grave Encounters is S, nice choice. Halloween 2 is also an S, in my opinion. Just as creepy and unnerving like the original. Hannibal is super enjoyable and disturbing, mainly due to Anthony Hopkins nailing his role.
I can't even count how many films we've gone through already.
Well, we're not even halfway through, I don't think, so this will definitely be a longer video. Our viewers won't mind. I don't think. Oh God, not this stupid-ass movie. Fuck this dumbass movie and fuck M. Night Shyamalan for ruining Mark Wahlberg's reputation.
Happy Death Day had a pretty decent premise when it came to being in a time loop to die over and over again until a solution was found.
I like my classics, but I'm sorry, The Hills Have Eyes wasn't that great when it came out. The remake blew it out of the water. I've heard whispers about this Japanese horror film called House, which is supposedly a pretty scary movie, but from the clips I've seen, it's too insane for me to do a full sitting. Never got around to seeing House of Usher, didn't know anyone that even knew it.
This is the remake for House of Wax, and while it's not the best horror film or remake I've seen, it does a pretty good job being super unnerving and pretty creepy when you discover what's underneath the wax people in the house.
There's another horror movie named Hush. I only know of the 2016 one and not this one. Might have to look into it later.
Oh, here we go with another film to piss off the defenders. I really wanted to love I Am Legend, and I really wanted to consider it an all-time favorite, but what the fuck happened in the third act and the ending? Talk about what the fuck did I just watch moment. I don't remember wait a second, yes I do, fuck this movie.
Insidious is definitely something that can go in any of the higher tiers. It's done things to revitalize the paranormal genre ever since Paranormal Activity fucked it up, and I respect that.
I vaguely remember being okay with the Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Not sure whether this is another version, a remake, or the original.
Oh, fuck me. I forgot about I Know What You Did Last Summer. It's a typical slasher flick that you can enjoy either being drunk off your ass or high as a Chinese weather balloon. It's a decent watch. Who the fuck thought Jack Frost was a good idea for a goddamn horror movie? What shit did they have to smoke for it to be a thing? Oh, and Jaws is an S tier, no questions asked?
I have a soft spot for the Jeepers Creepers movies. Yes, they're over-the-top violent with some stupid-as-hell moments in which the third installment completely fucked it up, but the first two movies I thought were a fun time with friends.
I wonder if Hollywood will ever try and remake Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Jennifer's Body was really a bit of a surprise for me because I believe this was relatively close to the first Transformers live action movie where Megan Fox showed off her tits. I mean acting chops. She did pretty okay here. Now I did shit on Jack Frost for being an awful movie, but Krampus here is how a Christmas horror movie should be done. Silent Night, Deadly Night was just a gore fest with not much horror, but Krampus here really made you feel like this was Santa's other half. Now, while Warwick Davis was the best part of the Leprechaun movies, they generally all were pretty fucking terrible, and you needed the strongest weed to get through them without dying on the inside.
This is a unique remake because the original film was a Swedish movie called Let the Right One In, and this is one of the better Americanized remakes that I can think of. Well, I saw a couple others on the list I consider great as well.
Little Shop of Horrors goes straight to the top of A tier. I don't want to hear any arguments otherwise.
Still hate what Steve did to my fucking teeth. Also, does anyone remember what happens in Mama? I've seen it, but can't recall anything scary. Creepy, mainly.
Vincent Price, I love you, but I unfortunately have not seen this film.
I want to say I've seen Mimic, but I do not remember a thing about it. Sorry to say, but I'm going to put this in haven't watched, although it likely is sitting in the back of my mind tucked away.
The original My Bloody Valentine is leagues better than the remake.
Oh, the days when I was young, when I saw Nosferatu on our home television, and even now the guy who played Nosferatu was superb.
I only saw Oculus once, and while I don't want to go back and watch it again, I can say I had a decent time, not really offensive or bad, just mid.
If anybody says the new Omen movie is better than the original, punch them in the neck for being so incorrect.
All right, so we got one movie that can go in the fuck this movie tier, and Paranormal Activity, the marked ones, can also go in the same tier for being so far off from where it started that it's just fucking stupid now. I'm pretty much going to assign the Paranormal Activity sequels from bad to good in this list, aka the original and its first sequel are the only ones really worth watching unless you like getting cheaply jump scared for the sake of being goddamn lazy.
Gonna be honest, never was a fan of Pet Sematary, either the remake or the original. The remake tries to be more serious and more gritty, but kind of falls flat, and the original is just hilariously bad. You fucking expect me to be afraid of a 3-year-old that looks like he's shitting himself with that angry face he's trying to put on? It's more adorable than scary.
The tall man from Phantasm spooked the hell out of me when I first saw him. Makes me terrified to meet people from the NBA.
Once again, Piranha is a good movie for its time, but it is aged not the greatest like the others. I legit thought this was the stupid remake of Poltergeist, but I think I can attest to this being the original movie. In that case, it goes in the S tier, hands down.
I think the remake has the clown doll as the cover art, so you're safe. The next movie we have on our list is Predator. It's S tier. I don't want to hear no bitching about it.
I was there in that movie, you know. Don't forget about me.
Get the fuck out of here, Jesse. Anyway, here's going to be another movie to piss off people. I personally didn't like Prometheus that much. Whatever lore it added got squashed by the stupid fucking people in the movie. It ruined the entire experience for how dumb they were. But it's not the most offensive thing I've seen.
Psycho goes in the S tier. The guy who played Norman Bates convinced me so hard that he was legit insane. Why is Resident Evil listed? Isn't that a video game?
It's the movie adaptation. It was done poorly, but it at least was mildly entertaining.
I thought that was End of Evangelion. But it's apparently Rosemary's Baby, in which I've not seen, and same for Scanners.
Now we've gotten into the Scream movies. I thought the first couple were good, the original being an S tier, honestly, but then it kept dragging on and on. But apparently the newer one goes back to its roots, I believe. Might take some time to watch that one. Oh God, where do I even put Silent Hill? It's one of the more okay adaptations, but because of that, I don't know where I would put it on this list. Silent Night, Bloody Night. I don't remember a whole lot of it, but I wasn't giving it a standing ovation or anything.
And now we have Sinister 2, the movie in which I think divided the fan base hard. Or maybe I'm thinking of another movie. I just thought it was okay overall. The original Sinister I thought was pretty good for what it was. Take Insidious and crank the creepy factor to 11.
Sleepy Hollow is such a guilty pleasure for me because I know how corny it is, but Johnny's performance and having Christopher Walken be in it as Christopher Walken is a big plus for me. Slither is a movie I can only watch sparingly due to how graphic it is. That and the movie Splinter, in which I'm shocked is not listed. Nah, fuck this Shane Dawson piece of shit movie. He's scum, and so is his movie.
Oh, Lord, we about to talk about snakes on a plane now. Samuel L. Jackson is the GOAT, nuff said people.
Son of Frankenstein. Looks like a movie I'd hate from the start. Haven't watched it. I remember really liking Splice for what it was, despite the middle-of-the-road reviews.
I've never seen this movie in my life, and I'm pretty much ancient. Suspiria, both the original and the remake, were super confusing to understand, but I never found myself hating either. They were both intriguing in their own right.
The Babadook is Australia's best horror film, at least to me. I don't know what their record is for horror films, but they know how to scare the shit out of you psychologically. I found The Invisible Man to be pretty disturbing for the time it came out. I'm not sure how a remake would go, but if they ever do it, it'll likely get neutered into a PG-13 rating like most fucking remakes do.
The Wolfman, just like Frankenstein, is an all-time classic. The 2010 version of The Wolfman was pretty damn good as well, but it's not on here. If anybody says they weren't throwing up in their mouths when watching Autopsy of Jane Doe, they are fucking liars.
Alfred Hitchcock's movie The Birds is also one of those all-time classics. The dude really knew horror during his time. It sucks that they didn't list the remake of The Blob, because while the original was also good, the remake did everything better, from the VFX to the gore to just the entertainment factor itself. It's not bad though.
Just like Mama, I did not think The Boy was scary or even remotely memorable. No idea what The Craft is. Probably a British movie. I'm glad the original Fog movie is here since it was pretty fucking disturbing and creepy. The remake lost all tension and it should have been fucking easy. All right, another shit movie to send to the F tier, and oh boy, The Grudge. Whether it's the original or the Americanized version, both are equally fucking disturbing, and whenever I hear someone or something do the clicking noise, I panic a little.
I almost forgot about the haunting until I remember Owen Wilson's stupid line.
These carvings are really creepy.
I don't know if this is the remake or the original, but I do love both of them. Same league as Autopsy of Jane Doe. Now hear me out, the Mist movie adaptation was as good of an adaptation as it could get. I mean, the show fucked it up and left us on an indefinite cliffhanger, so this is the best we have.
Boris Karloff was like a second coming of Bela Lugosi in the form of horror back in the day. Dude could do anything, but when it's in black and white, it kind of loses its appeal when color TV came out.
I didn't really care when I was watching the others. Nothing about it really stayed in my mind for long, whether it was the story or the atmosphere. The first Purge movie I found to be pretty creepy, but also highly unrealistic. I mean, who would turn a day into an all-out killing spree in the country to try to relieve the citizens of built-up stress and rage?
Black Friday.
Shit, you're right. Maybe it is based on a true story secretly.
Even though this is the American version of The Ring and it kind of tones down the stuff from the original, I still love watching it, even if it's nightmare fuel at times. Even though Stephen King didn't like Kubrick's adaptation of his book, at least he did a far better job than when King himself tried making an adaptation closer to the book. That shit was ass.
Once again, I'm going to make people mad. Signs was a fucking stupid movie and I will not get added for it. Seriously, water hurts the aliens? The earth is mostly water. What the actual fuck? I will say that The Village was pretty mid-coming from Shyamalan. We almost expect him to make terrible movies, but this was a step up for someone like him.
The original Wicker Man had more mystery and more eeriness compared to what the remake did. Don't worry, we're prepared to rank that one almost immediately. I'm sorry, but even though I haven't seen the original 13 Ghosts, I can tell it's probably a far better film than this piece of shit. Shaggy, we love you. But this was a poor choice of film to be in. Tremors is an all-time favorite for me. If Kevin Bacon and Fred Ward weren't in it, I might have not liked it as much.
Trick or Treat has become a staple in the Halloween tradition for me. I always watch it on or around Halloween because it's so well done, and I don't think I could see any other film other than Halloween itself become a traditional practice. Holy fuck, there's still a good chunk of films to go through, and I don't know why Coraline and 9 are listed here, but hey, we ball. Tucker and Dale versus Evil is what you get when you copy the homework of the kid sitting next to you, that being Evil Dead, and try to replicate it in your own style. Van Helsing, I have a soft spot for this movie, but I cannot deny how boring it is during the non-action bits. Hot female vampires didn't make this any better.
Velvet Buzzsaw was a bit of a surprise for me. I saw advert after advert and I couldn't quite figure out what it was. It's an art film and a gore fest with some Final Destination sprinkled in. I had a decent time with it. VHS is also a movie that surprised me. It's a found footage movie of where guys watch tapes like an anthology, and the plot twist was pretty interesting to me.
Not the beast! Ah! Open my eyes! My eyes! Ah!
World War Z was ass, by the way. Zombieland, I still have fun with despite how corny it is, but it's corny on purpose, I think. I'm glad they didn't include the sequels to Final Destination. The first one I found to be pretty good for what it was, and it introduced a new kind of thing in the horror scene, I believe. No idea what they call it, though. Salem's Lot, I should rewatch this movie, but overall I found it to be decently enjoyable, not really offensive.
I think the Lost Boys' only audience is horny moms that regret marrying their husbands and wish they would have hooked up with the guys here. Other than that, it's not really scary, mid at best.
I'm confused as to why Coraline is here, but I thoroughly enjoyed it and still do whenever it comes on. It really does have its creepy moments that even get under my skin to this day. Is Alien Covenant even considered a horror film? I mean, it's more of a thriller than a horror. Anyway, I had an all right time with it. No hate and no love for it either. Aliens, on the other hand, goes straight to S tier. I'm not going to argue about its placement.
Fuck any movie that has to do with Annabelle. They keep trying, but it never fucking works. Stop it. A Quiet Place was kind of like Bird Box to me. They both were put under a strict condition and they had to follow through, or else the movies would not make sense. For this, it was they had to be mute at all times. But why have a fucking baby in this world that cries and makes the mother wail in pain? That's fucking stupid. As above, so below is one of those rare cases where found footage kind of makes sense. And I really did feel a sense of fear for every level they went down and experienced a different kind of hell.
Basket Case was kind of insane, but not in a really good way. In fact, I found it to be kind of stupid.
The hell does stupa mean?
I meant to say stupid, Joe.
Black Christmas has been known to be the first slasher ever made, as far as we know. For a guy that can carry a heavy shoulder camera while climbing on the side of the house and not fall, it's pretty good for what it is.
Black Swan is kind of forgettable, honestly. It's been kind of a trend in this video to call a lot of these movies not memorable or forgettable, but that's the best way to describe some of these. Now, the Blair Witch Project is far from forgettable. This pioneered the found footage genre to what it is today. Some tend to fuck it up, but when they're good, they can be really good. Why the fuck do we have Buffy the goddamn Vampire Slayer listed here? Who the fuck did this? It's a show, not a goddamn horror movie. Fine, whatever. Get it out of my face.
Can we even talk about this one without getting the yellow symbol on this video? It's a movie that some would call illegal, and I don't feel comfortable talking about it. And for those that are listening and not watching, it's a movie filmed in 1980 that starts with two words starting with a C and a H. Now, this might be a piss-off to some people, but the reason I don't consider Child's Play to be an S is because of this line right here.
I have a date with a 6-year-old boy.
What, is 6 the limit for you, Joe? You prefer them to be 12 instead?
Fuck off! Anyway, A Clockwork Orange is a superb film that really disturbs the shit out of you regardless of the time it came out.
I didn't really care for the Cloverfield paradox. Only the last 10 minutes were even worth it. The Conjuring one is better, I said it.
Don't Breathe was another interesting movie with a forced condition, but I didn't really care if the people died. I almost rooted for the villain. King Kong, iconic, but it's super dated. Shouldn't even be considered horror anymore. Ugh, fucking hell, I threw up in my mouth thinking about Human Centipede. Its whole shtick is to be as gross as humanly possible. It is horrifying to watch, though.
I believe this is Sam Raimi's horror film after he did the Spider-Man movies. It's pretty creepy and nail-biting the entire time. Hold on a second, didn't we already rank creep? What's going on here? We still see the movie as an S, but what's the other one? Might leave it up there for now until we do a little bit of investigating. Maybe the people can tell us what the other one is.
Donnie Darko is one of those films that get a huge cult following years after its release, and I can't tell whether I love the movie or I'm just mid with it. Can never really answer that.
Brightburn is pretty good for its concept. It's basically like if you took Homelander and made the kid 10 times evil. A what-if kind of thing.
Night of the Living Dead is what really kicked off the zombie genre in horror movies. It's really well done other than the zombie effects, but I can chalk that up to the sign of the times.
Well, I've heard things about Eraserhead, but I've never sat down to watch it, and the only reason I would ever watch Elvira was to wish I had her as my wife.
I wanted to give Get Out an S ranking, but even though it could be more scary for someone of my skin color, I can really see how it wouldn't really hit home for everyone. It's a decent movie, though. Scratch that. I'll call it a good movie.
That's a lot of fish.
Oh, you want to know what's worse than that? Wasting Bryan Cranston and making sure that you can't fucking see anything and we focus on the stupid-ass humans instead when motherfucking Godzilla is fighting monsters. What a bunch of bullshit this was. Grave Encounters 2 took what the original did well and tried to fuck it all up, and it made no sense. No idea why they made a sequel other than to try and milk the cash cow. It was dry immediately. Gremlins is a good time no matter what month it is.
Halloween goes straight to S tier. Same with Trick or Treat. It's a tradition to watch both. Rob Zombie's versions, not so much.
Hereditary is another very good psychological horror, and the actress who played the mother made me fucking scared shitless for all the facial expressions she could make, like, holy shit. Hostel was primarily just a good time for gorehounds. They tried upping the ante for the sequels, but the first one had a pretty good sense of horror.
Hush, I thought was a really clever horror movie. It's a home invasion movie, but the main character is deaf. It's a decent watch, but nothing too phenomenal.
I was going to question why Watership Down is on here, but for all the trauma it inflicted on the kids of the late 70s into the 80s, I'm not going to argue why it's here. Hot take. The first It movie was very much mid-other than Tim Curry's performance, although he was more charming than scary. Jill brought me to a local theater to watch the remake, and let me tell you, Bill Skarsgård is a terrifying horror actor. Holy fuck, he was scary.
Does anybody really remember Legion? I thought it was just a clusterfuck of confusion. I guess I can kind of see why 9 is here since Tim Burton worked on it, and Tim is a masterclass to animated creepiness dipped with horror themes. Mandy's just a dumb fun time watching Nicolas Cage be brutal. Basic popcorn flick.
Misery made me super scared of seeing Kathy Bates on the big screen since the movie, from Super Nice to Psycho in a snap.
I guess Mother can be a horror movie once you've seen it and picked out the underlying themes of it. Kind of cool, not a favorite though. Cabin Fever is a hit and miss movie for me. I like it, but it's also something that I can't really tell why I like it. It's a confusing relationship with me.
I found It Follows to be a pretty decent movie once I found out why the monster was always slowly walking towards the protag. It's all about STDs and how they'll slowly creep up on you and eventually kill you. No idea what the hatred is, but Orphan was a movie I swear was everywhere when it came out. It had a good few creepy moments, and it still kind of keeps that to this day, but I wouldn't go out of my way to watch it again.
Gerald's Game could have been a superb movie, and some see it that way, but I just found myself shrugging and looking at the time when watching. Planet Terror is basically another insane Robert Rodriguez movie, but this time he has a hot woman with a gun attached to her leg that can somehow function without pulling the trigger. Eight-Legged Freaks is fucking stupid, and yet I absolutely adore it. It's not meant to be taken seriously whatsoever, and they know it.
Sleepaway Camp is what you get when you want Friday the 13th, but you replace Jason Voorhees with a weird trans kid person thing. An American Werewolf in London still to this day has the most grueling transformation scenes I have ever witnessed, makes it super realistic. Pan's Labyrinth is a super strange horror movie, but its practical effects are amazing. It's not just horror either, it's like a blend of multiple genres.
Remember when I said when found footage is good, it's really good? Well, that's the case for Wreck, a 2007 Spanish horror film that follows an anchorwoman and her cameraman as they go inside an apartment to investigate strange shit. It's pretty damn terrifying when we are the POV for the movie. Another M. Night Shyamalan movie, Split. However, Split to me has got to be one of the most terrifying depictions of split personality disorder. I mean, it's to the extreme here, but my God, John McAvoy always has me on the edge of my seat. Fuck the goddamn bye-bye, man. What a stupid fucking movie that was. Same goes for Llorona. Like, why can't they get supernatural shit right anymore?
The Forest was a blatant snorefest for me. Even though The Nun was a spin-off from The Conjuring 2, it doesn't really hit the spot when it comes to horror.
I never really liked the Phantom of the Opera movies, not really that exciting to see anymore. Silence of the Lambs, however, goes straight to S tier, all because of Anthony Hopkins. Nobody can be a better Hannibal than him. I would rank The Sixth Sense higher, but my God, the amount of times it's been playing on broadcast killed any sense of excitement when it's on.
The Thing is my all-time favorite movie and horror movie. I fucking love watching it all the time. Even the prequel wasn't that bad. The Tommyknockers, though, is a fucking disaster. Cheap as hell effects, and if you asked me what happened during it, I couldn't tell you. Fuck this movie. Fuck the Tooth Fairy as well.
I found The Witch to be a cool take on horror when set during 1630s England. Truth or Dare is a stupid-ass movie. I'm not sorry.
The Underworld is a decent watch no matter what. Not really an S tier, but I have no real complaints. Unfriended, however, can go straight to the fuck this movie tier. Getting haunted through the internet for unfriending someone, what a load of shit. This movie really pissed me off, like I couldn't keep my cool and was just fuming throughout my entire time watching The Winchester.
Your Next had a lot of potential, but kind of flunked it.
Seven isn't really a horror movie, but because it's here, it goes straight to S tier. You'll know why I say that once you've seen it.
Holy fuck, we just went through 261 films in one video. I mean, we put a good bunch in the haven't watched tier, but maybe come next year. Or if we do another ranking during Spooktober, our opinions may change. Anyways, thank you for watching the whole way through. If you did, welcome to the first horror game of Spooktober. This is No, I'm Not a Human.
What? You're not a human? That explains the alien-like responses towards Kamala Harris.
No, Joe, he means this game is called No, I'm Not a Human.
You too, Obama? Maybe the rumors about you being born in test tubes was correct after all.
Ah, fuck it. We're never going to get it through his immensely thick head. This is a game where we let people in at night to escape the sunlight, which grew hotter and more radioactive. But some of them are what we call visitors.
Isn't everyone considered a visitor? Do I have to shoot my friends dead if they're supposedly dangerous since this is a horror game involving visitors?
No, Joe, you're jumping the gun here. Visitors in this game are fake humans. Some say they're aliens, but they come from the Earth, so I guess they're alien zombies.
Alien zombies sounds awesome for a concept.
Right, whatever. This isn't the full game as it is in full development right now. And when it comes out, you bet your ass I'm playing it. I've seen people like Manly Badass Hero play it, and it's a really cool idea. It's like Papers, Please, but with fake humans that can kill you in your sleep or others in the house.
Doesn't that mean you already know who to let in and who not to let in?
Dude, I have too much shit to think about. I don't remember, so it's basically as blind as it can get.
It's probably obvious enough to see who is a potential fake and who is real.
Actually, you're not far off with that, with a couple exceptions.
Well, don't spoil who those might be because I want to go in with little info, even though I've seen someone play it already.
That guy definitely looks like a visitor. His eyes alone give off Cameron Fowler vibes.
What, the TikToker who uses the wide-eyed face filter with the helium voice?
That's a fucking out of left field thing to say.
I can only imagine the humidity levels if we live near water. 120, 130 degrees as a minimum with humidity.
Well, now that the TV dumping exposition on us is done, let's go see the guy we let in.
I'm sure the game wouldn't give us a visitor to start with, wouldn't it?
I bet once the full game is out, we might have a decision on letting him in or not, since I don't recall any mention of him being bad.
Let's hope the devs release it before Halloween to be perfect timing.
It's like a handful of people plus help from outsourcing, so don't get your hopes up too high for this month.
So we gotta be vigilant when it comes to inspecting people at the door. The dialogue can give it away as well.
So the solution to going to bed faster is by getting wasted on beer. Where was this information when I had trouble sleeping?
I've seen you fall asleep more times than you can fucking count, Joe. That's a bold-faced lie for what you just said. Maybe you are a visitor secretly.
They'd have trouble dealing with his lack of intelligence to pull off a convincing fake human.
If a fake Joe were to use perfect grammar with a continuous thinking brain that knows what to say when it should be an appropriate dialogue, then we would definitely be calling it out as a visitor.
Let's start the show by finding out where the kitchen is to get wasted on one beer.
Only one beer. This guy we're playing as sounds like a featherweight drinker. I wonder if the knocking sounds can be a giveaway as well. Like if they're faster than a normal human could knock, that could be a thing as well. If the dev is watching, then take notes. Who the fuck's this ugly-ass kid?
Donald, be nice. This is the little girl of the dad whom taught us how to play the game.
That's a girl? Looks like if Wednesday Addams had a forgotten lost sibling.
Well, she passes the knowledge test at least. A visitor might not know that little fact.
So how did she find this house anyway? It's not like her father left a breadcrumb trail all the way here or anything.
I like this kid. They prefer juice over yucky beer.
Joe, if you have a fucking stockpile of apple juice at your place, I'm coming over there to replace it with my fucking piss.
Yeah, admitting that you like juice over beer is kind of sus. Orange juice is one thing, but if it's apple, then we are concerned.
What am I? A fucking monster? Don't try to loop me in on Diddy's List or some bullshit like that.
Look, just tell us what kind of juice you have and we'll settle it here.
How should I fucking know? I don't do the fucking grocery shopping.
This is fucking stupid. I'll just ask Jill via text since you're implying she does it.
Can't believe we're fucking bickering over what kind of juice Joe has. I'm pretty sure this kid takes away our tutorial guy and we are left on our own to decide who to let in and who to keep out. Well, that was quick. Person probably was hiding around our house spying on the kid. Creepy. Sounds like what Joe would do.
Is this a fucking virtual lynching or something? The hell did I do to you?
Calm down, Joe. Donald's just ragging on you since your past behaviors became a staple of your character.
Speaking of past behaviors, would you sniff these teenagers' heads if you were here?
Oh my fucking God, you do one thing in the past and it'll always haunt you.
Even though it was more than one time, if I remember correctly. Anyway, let's see our first legit person.
Hey, I remember this guy from watching videos. I think he is the game's fan favorite. Because he's so blunt and non-apologetic.
Does that clear him as a human, though?
Yeah, if my memory serves me, this dude is clear on all fronts and is pretty chill with no issues. Just tall and lanky.
I mean, he should expect to be asked if he's a visitor, especially with what the current situation is.
I get what the game is trying to do via using dialogue to see if we can spot irregularities, but if only there was a skip button where you can let someone in or not just by a hunch.
Then people would speed run this game so fast that it would make dialogue just a waste outside of asking to check on them.
He looks so happy it's adorable for someone as foul-mouthed as him.
Usually you can tell something is up at face value when it's this early. Yeah, I like that. Not that having a hunch is a bad thing in general, but I can tell something is wrong here.
The face looks a bit weird. Yeah, I know what you mean.
And who the hell rocks fucking coconut head hair?
The way this person speaks gives me red flags going off in my head. Like something isn't quite right with them speaking in semi-third person. Hiding from the sun when visitors don't like the sun as it kills them. Yeah, you're not coming in. Fuck that.
Totally fucked up any chance of being convincing. Maybe the dev will add a mini-game where someone can try to force their way in and you need to hold the door shut.
It's like they thought they nailed their part at being a human, but forgot how to speak like one.
Shit's gonna get more intense the more this goes on. It's a short game as of right now, but it feels like we'll have been here for an entire week.
Well, the dev nailed the atmosphere and the tension when it comes to this sort of thing. Making it longer with a possible endless mode will guarantee replayability.
The bug-eyed, totally not a fake human is back to speak with us.
I wonder if these little news segments each morning will tell us new stuff to look out for.
This kind of reminds me of the thing if the alien made it to land like it wanted.
John Carpenter is looking to do a sequel, by the way. Dude really wants to show us the truth from the first film's ending.
Wait, so we have to refuse people that go to the dentist often?
Oh fuck, I might be a visitor then. In this case, my teeth glow like snow on Christmas.
But the game has a night vision filter at night. How the fuck do I check people at the door?
I'd say the only way is to check the ones we have in the house. That being the tall and lanky, man.
I know it sounds weird and I believe you're a true human through and through, but I still gotta check in case I'm wrong. Odds are never zero.
His teeth look better than mine.
Ugh, that sounds disgusting, Joe. Just because you buy adult diapers doesn't mean you just let yourself go entirely like that.
Has Jill gotten back to you as to what Joe keeps in his fridge?
Why the fuck are we still on this topic?
Nah, she didn't text me back yet. I'm sure we'll get an answer soon.
My answer is that it's none of your business, either of you.
Enough, let's start the next night and see what wacky shit we'll see. Damn, they're here already. No time to clear the shit that's pasted to my eyelids.
I wonder if the little girl and the father live over there. Would make sense for how she got to our place last night.
Is that Corn Pop?
Dude looks nothing like Corn Pop, plus he died in 2016, so it's far from reality.
I hope the dev adds more images like when visitors or strange creatures are up against the window.
If this visitor came to our house, I got a 12 gauge waiting for his stomach.
Who would wear a coat when the sun's supposedly the enemy in this world?
I'd let her in. She looks fine as hell with a possible tsundere attitude.
I'll try to see if I can make her slip up if something feels off. What Obama said about the coat is what's throwing this off, though.
Is she implying that she'll take her coat off when talking to us later? Alien or not, now's not the time to worry about coochie.
I can imagine she showers with that coat on. Must smell super musty.
I'm not taking a chance. I bet she is packing heat in both senses of the meaning, and she can fucking leave.
Did she just ask to be shot? Yeah, she's definitely a visitor. Not right in the head.
But we could have had the coochie, guys. Fuck!
Who do we got here? What in the fucking hell is this? Looks like Shrek if he shrunk and got drunk off of swamp juice.
Your average redneck Trump supporter?
I think the game is trying to throw a fast one at us by trying to make this guy look as alien as possible while speaking a complete gibberish to push our decision-making skills.
I don't think a visitor would speak like this guy. They'd have trouble keeping a straight face the entire way through.
Is this guy still going? He hasn't even really said anything coherent other than this Aleister Crowley nonsense.
I think he's as harmless as a fly, but as insane as the Joker. He could be used as entertainment for our guests, if nothing else.
My thoughts exactly, Obama. Oh, look, all he wanted was some beer, and we got plenty of it.
If he starts turning his sleeping quarters into a meth lab, I blame you.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that?
I've seen this guy before in pictures from this game. It almost seems like he's something more than a visitor, like a Jesus-type person. Pure speculation, though.
Where is there? A little more context would be nice.
Oh, so he wants us to guide him to his next course of action. Sounds interesting.
Your words seem funny, Magic Man.
Ah, fuck, this could lead me to killing him, probably. Let's go with open at the beginning. Top paragraph? I don't fucking know. You told me to pick, asshole.
Yeah, something tells me he's someone that has awakened their mental third eye or whatever.
Now we gotta check fingernails for dirt, so that means gardeners are fucking visitors now, too.
I mean, hey, they're usually from Mexico anyway, so it fits.
You racist motherfucker!
Lighten up, Joe. Dark jokes are meant to be funny and harmless.
Sure, let's go with that, but holy shit, that was something I wouldn't expect from you being the parent friend of the group.
Still waiting on the text from Jill about Joe's juice, Obama. I trust that the tall guy is good, but I want to see our new friend for dirt. Never mind. Dude's still out of his fucking mind, and if he was a visitor, this would be the one they'd label as defective for obvious reasons. Let's just leave him be for now until things get a little more dire.
He's still going?
Donald, give the man some beer for fuck's sakes. The dude looks so depressed without one.
He'll just empty out the damn fridge, and that's my only way to go to sleep faster, Obama. It's mine. FEMA staff? Like the same ones that are handing out $750 to the survivors of Hurricane Helene?
How much would they hand out in compensation for something like an invasion of the body snatcher scenario?
Tree fitty, their best offer.
Oh my God, it's soldiers with guns. Save us, give me one and I can help shoot down the visitors.
What if they confuse you for a visitor? Ever thought of that?
They would never accuse me of that. Joe, on the other hand, would be shot because he would claim he is one of them out of sheer stupidity. What the fuck? Why is Iggy Pop outside my fucking door?
Iggy Pop, what a strange thing to reference. Dude's stomach face still haunts me.
I wonder what name the dev will give this man. The people apparently don't have names in this game, but I'd imagine someone as iconic as this would get a nickname of sorts.
Wow, this guy is asking if I'm home alone? Glad I got the two guys in the house, or I could be fucking dead right now.
That fucking face is terrifying, like he's pissed that we have company.
Now, that whispering you're hearing is the fat drunkard talking about some random philosophies in his sleep.
Jesus, what the fuck? Did this person bring us a zombie?
Or, this person is really into some creepy shit.
Let's hear this person out to see why they brought Frankie Valli with them.
I think it's a wife carrying what might be her husband around, not ready to let him go just yet.
Wait, why can't she bury him? It's not like the visitors can just, oh wait, they probably could snatch it and try to play it off as a fake human.
I might regret this, but I have some sympathy for someone like this.
Amogus! This person is sus immediately. Do not let her in. She will vent and kill us all.
That just sounds stupid. although her facial features look warped.
I mean, she doesn't have perfectly white teeth, but yeah, that left eyelid drooping down is setting off alarm bells in my head. And I don't know, I don't like how super confident she is. And again, her face looks off. Sorry, fuck off.
If this person goes over to that little girl's house and kills them, I will be upset.
Joe, the fuck you doing at my doorstep?
Oh, so anybody that looks elderly is considered to be me now? If that's not ageism, I don't know what is.
If he's a doctor, he'd be good to have. Although if he's a visitor, he'd help our people by sedating them with nitrogen syringes he has in his coat.
So you abandoned the hospital you were working at because you got overwhelmed? Oh shit! So the visitors snuck in disguising as patients and then the place shut down and now you're here. I understand now. Doesn't hurt to have a doctor with us. Seriously? We got ding-dong ditchers in this apocalyptic setting too? What a bunch of bullshit.
I actually hope they keep that since it puts you on your toes. Maybe have the topless visitors stare at us from afar in that view.
So now stoners are considered visitors now. Don't ever cry or you'll be a visitor as well. Ace. The hell are these noises?
They appeared after the couple came in, so if you put 2 and 2 together, you'll get your answer.
Fish? How does fish give us an answer?
The way her husband's body turned the water green, if that's water, is concerning.
Man, I feel bad, but something is definitely awry here.
How do eyes go yellow? That should be more of a study than anything the visitors have.
That fucking Amogus bitch! I swear she did this!
Holy fucking shit, Obama, you're getting this amped up over a game?
I just hate when kids have to suffer, man. Game or real life, it breaks my heart.
Maybe we can offer juice if we have any in the fridge.
Oh, hell no, Joe. Jill texted me saying you have apple and cranberry juice. You're not offering anything.
Ha, fucking knew it. This has to be the topless son of a bitch. It fits the description.
Is he holding a head?
Looks to be a soldier's head, which only means fuck. Hopefully the soldiers aren't all dead.
That thing tore through everybody. If they can't take it down, how the fuck are we supposed to be safe? How did it not kill the FEMA staff?
They offered it $750 in bribes to leave them alone.
Here to help with what looks to be an MG-42 strapped to your back?
Does he not know about the pale man in the back or the soldiers that got murdered to the left of the house?
Maybe he's in on it and we're too naive to notice.
Notifying the management, meaning you're gonna run home to the government to tell on us so we can be fucked even further if we have a visitor inside.
This is what people thought of when COVID was a thing. I mean, it's not that far off as those that suffered the worst had to go through something similar.
Let's just hope that they take the person we presume to be a visitor by the whispering.
And they're doing just that, even though she's a female and the husband is the man, but whatever, they're gone and out of our hair. Oh, you definitely have something wrong with you. Doesn't take a detective to see if someone's a piece of shit or not. Even if you were a human, I'd still kick you to the curb. That face alone is giving me American Psycho vibes, and I am not a fan at all. Take your fancy-ass suit and leave, you fucking creep.
Yeah, he's not trying to hide that he's a fake human. Dude makes Harvey Weinstein look innocent.
I would trust Sinwar over this guy.
Fuck off. Good riddance. Holy shit.
She's alive. My heart, please let her in, and I don't give a fuck what status she is. Kids need to live.
Calm down, I'll let her in. I just want to know what happened over there. I mean, from her point of view.
Yes, let's ask a kid about the traumatic shit she just went through for our own amusement. A piece of work you are.
Her dad? They killed her dad? Why?
Ooh, shit. Did all the visitors we shoo away go to their place? They let them in out of pity, and then this is the result? If that's the case, then we truly are awful.
Yes, come in. Fucking hell, I don't like thinking we sent them to their place to wreak havoc. What are you, some kind of lumberjack?
If I can be mobile, so can you. No excuses.
So far, he seems pretty human enough. Can't be too careful, though.
I'm not convinced. Dude's acting like Rambo without telling us really why he came to our doorstep. He says to rest, but I don't know. How does he know that? Visitors are dangerous, sure, but how does he know what they do? Only a visitor would be able to describe their intentions directly. For that, you can fuck off. Oh, hell no! She looks like a fat trans Frankenstein. You can get off my porch and go whore yourself on Tinder. You're not getting in!
Not cool to be fat shaming, Don.
What human has that kind of blocky as hell head? That's not normal! It's a fucking no for me!
Visitors die from the sun, and she just said that their house got hit with a sunstroke, so that also kind of gives it away.
Yeah, she just fucked her story over by mentioning that. Get the fuck out of here, Gorlock the Destroyer. And that laugh signified that she is a visitor and isn't holding back anymore.
Lady, we haven't fired a single shot at anyone. We're locked and loaded. Bring it on.
When does the game end? It literally does feel like we've been here for a full week.
When the game says so, Joe. I ain't the fucking psychic here. The editor knows, though, or will know. Now, if you got an older phone that takes fuzzy images, you could be dooming yourself with selfies or others with taking photos of them. Genius.
Apple users, be aware when they slow your phone down on purpose.
Well, I still use a flip phone, so I'm straight up fucked then.
Let's see if the doc is blurry in his photo.
He's clear. Dude went through hell and back to get here, so for him to come out as a visitor would be a severe slap to the face.
The dude's back, but why? The couple weren't enough? You had two subjects right there? Mixed? This isn't a fucking sperm bank we're dealing with here, you know? Don't let the fucking intern do the testing then!
Oh man, there goes Joe Biden. I mean the doctor.
Racist and ageist. Fuck you.
What the? Hey, FEMA guy, come back. We got the perfect test subject right here. You might want to shoot him dead, though. Ah, fuck it. He's gone.
If this guy isn't the mascot for this game, I will be disappointed.
Like I told you the first time, no, I'm not. Yeah, well, we dogs have weapons we can use against you assholes. Come again if you beg for death.
Oh, hey, it's the philosophic Jesus man again.
Does him being here mean that there can be different kinds of visitors? Or is he straight up some biblical being stuffed in a human?
Is he denying climate change? I mean, in a way, he's not completely wrong.
He'd be the type of guy that would fry your brain with all the metaphors he knows and everything about philosophy, like a modern-day Socrates.
Do you want another reading, my guy? And he's just gone. Probably never to be seen again until the full release. I will set fucking landmines outside my house if this keeps happening.
I think we're nearing the end of this because we didn't get a single person to decide to let in or not. It was a fun time, regardless.
Phew, now I can actually go to bed and not have to feel like I went to bed by just being here.
Could you really be in this town?
my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Could Mary really be here? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Well, I can tell you one thing for sure, that if we've learned anything in life is to never lead with emotion. Isn't that right, Sleepy Joe?
So when you get mad and lash out at me or Kamala, it's our fault that you spoke with your emotions. Sure thing.
Guys, quit your fucking bitching before we've even begun the game. This is the Silent Hill 2 remake, and from what we've seen, people love it. And I can tell. I've played the original, so I know this was gonna be a high-stakes thing. Bloober has made some bloopers in the past, but they seem to have done well here.
Didn't IGN criticize this game over its monsters?
IGN should never be trusted like Fox News.
I wonder if one of the big perks at working with Fox News is that you get to own a fox as a pet. If I was younger, I would definitely want a fox. Chaotic, but lovable.
Why is there a random red square in the well?
One way to find out, Donnie.
That's kind of random, honestly. Out of all the things that could have been used, why did they choose a basic red square from the Unreal editor?
It's like someone's groping around my skull.
I would have accepted like a wall phone on a wooden pole at least.
At least you can save your game. One of these days, we might regress back to the time when saving your game was a luxury.
Don't give any developers that are watching this any ideas.
Oh no, we are being taken into the world of the mist.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I was just...
Hey, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah, I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But... I think you should stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. And it's not just the fog either.
Is it dangerous?
Maybe. It's kind of hard to explain, but...
I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I don't really care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone. Someone very important to me.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean, my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry, it's not your problem.
No, I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
Might need a little bit more work on the mocap there, Bloober. James is fine. The girl was kind of stiff. Also, the voice acting from her could be better.
Are you going to nitpick the entire game?
Compared to Zukosis and the casting of Frank Stone, this is pretty good for what it is. Konami might have these guys remake all the Silent Hill games after this.
I mean, this game has given them a huge jump in profits from pre-orders to even when the game came out on the 8th. Their fiscal year is going to look pretty decent, at least from my point of view.
Now, when do they go back to being a scummy publisher? They've been awfully low radar this year up until now.
I'm sure we're going to see more IPs be turned into pachinko machines and have franchises take a nosedive like Metal Gear Solid. Who the fuck still plays Metal Gear Survive anyway? Hey, you put your fucking hand down, you fucking liar.
Nobody has their hand up here.
I think he is calling out people in the audience that might have raised their hands in response.
Hello? Anyone in here?
And the award to the most obvious thing a white person in a horror setting goes to.
If I was in this game, I'd see that the town looks more abandoned than conquered, and I'd dip the fuck out. Fuck finding the bitch.
So dark I can barely see anything.
Well, luckily for you, you're just riding bitch and seeing the gameplay, so you don't have to worry about using your eyes. Surprised you're not blind already?
I won't spoil what you're eventually going to find later on. I mean, it's kind of hard to avoid seeing him on the internet, but you know, I want to see your reaction as someone who's never played any of these games before.
I'm just as blind as Donald is when it comes to this franchise. So we both will get to witness whatever it is you're talking about for the first time.
Luckily, this isn't a live stream, so the audience won't get to be pricks and spoil shit for us.
These kind of games are preferred to be played blindly unless you've played the original titles from over 20 years ago.
It's sad how games have changed drastically over that many years. Good luck getting something as memorable as Majora's Mask these days.
I mean, Elden Ring achieved that feat, and some games can be memorable for the wrong reasons.
World of Warcraft is still staying relevant for 20 years, so some games can stay relevant for longer than you'd think.
I miss the stupid ass commercials for that game where you get Chuck Norris and Mr. T do cameos for something they likely have never fucking touched in their lives outside of getting that sweet check.
Nowadays, you don't even see World of Warcraft commercials anymore outside of like the one you'd see for a major expansion. But even then, they're not spending a lot of money on television adverts, at least from what I saw.
Oh shit, the music's getting spookier. Is this game filled with jump scares, Obama?
From what I remember, the way jump scares worked in this game were mainly enemies that sprung out from rooms and around corners. So they're justified.
Oh, cool. So when we get jump scared and I suffer from a real heart attack, I'll say it was justified.
I mean, I'll certainly say it was justified. Fucking finally! Feels like I've been jogging forever. No idea why they made a cutscene for finding a map on the town, but it's whatever, I guess.
It's all for building atmosphere, Don. These things make you feel more immersed in the world. If you just grabbed the map and went on your way, it wouldn't really feel important. As this is the map for the town of the game's main area called Silent Hill.
I don't think it'll be silent for long if I'm understanding that we'll be facing monsters and shit that can scare us.
Give me a gun and I'll really show how not to be silent.
And you two missed the point of the game entirely, but it's okay. Not gonna spoil the secret of the town.
What is this?
Somebody didn't pay for their petunias, James.
Can we not step towards the obviously evil shambling thing?
Hey, wait.
That thing is far from fucking human and you're trying to get its attention. How fucking white is this guy?
This is like 20-plus-year-old writing being brought into the modern age. Give it some slack. Be glad they didn't bring the god-awful line delivery from the original Resident Evil to the remake.
What happened to this town?
These sounds are far from pleasant, and that squelching sound wasn't nice either.
Well, all I can say is get used to it because that'll be most of the game.
Hello?
Again, this is, whatever. I'm gonna hate every single fucking time he tries to get a monster's attention using 90s slasher white girl dialogue.
Best way to put it, honestly.
Probably couldn't alter the script much with Konami's eyes gazing down on the developers.
Yes, let's follow the obviously dangerous blood trail into this home to where we might get our ass torn asunder for being a nosy douchebag. Let's hope they give us a weapon if we're going to do combat. Not feeling any fisticuffs today.
Weapon usage is pretty important in this game. Use what you have, but also keep in mind that resources are pretty limited. I believe melee weapons don't break, thankfully.
Oh my fucking god, that made me jump! What the hell was that?
Likely the garage door collapsing and now we're stuck in here until we progress.
Better not be for too long since I used my hard-earned money to buy this game brand new.
Well, it's time to learn how to survive in Silent Hill then, Donnie.
If I get molested by the monsters in this game, I will find where this takes place in real life and put tariffs up their fucking asses.
Just say they're eating their cats and dogs via immigration like you said for Springfield.
I saw pictures of Haitian people doing that, though, I swear.
Anything to stay relevant on people's minds, I guess.
Oh, Score, can we get some Mexican radio on this thing?
And for the 10 people that got that reference, you're welcome.
Ah, fuck, it's that shambling shithead again.
Ah, it fell down and go boom.
Stay back.
It's time to nut up or shut up, boys. Let's fucking go!
Nice double tap there, Don. Did you learn that from Dead Space?
Zombieland,
What I
actually.
saw in the fog. Whatever it is, it's not human.
And yet you followed it like it had Scooby snacks, for fuck's sakes.
I smell a trap in the making.
Why do I have the feeling that we were lured into this place by something supernatural?
I'm not saying shit. You're gonna have to figure that out on your own, my guy.
Don't have to be so sassy, Obama. Jeez.
Maybe the plot twist is that she's calling out to someone else named James, and we were just coming here for shits and giggles.
One thing I will say now that you've opened up combat is that if you hear the radio static, there are enemies nearby. I think it's for all enemies, but I don't know if they altered it here.
Well, that's actually good to know. Would have thought I had to collect radios for some hidden reward or something.
Why are there sudden loud noises? I hate this shit.
Believe me when I say that this already feels less scary than the original. The original made good use of its graphics at the time to really make things look and sound disturbing, even if you played it today.
I hope I don't have to manually equip weapons to do combat. That would be horrendous for boss fights.
It should be automatic to the last weapon you had, so there shouldn't be an issue. I do like how they've changed how health items work. I do like how I don't have to sift through my inventory to heal myself.
The Resident Evil inventory system could have been a literal nightmare if you didn't assort stuff correctly.
I think it was just an overall 90s thing that Silent Hill dropped at some point. No idea when, as I think I stopped after 3.
This combat feels weighty and realistic, and I love it. Ow, what the fuck? That recovery time is stupid. Being bashed over the head and just recovering like nothing happened is ridiculous.
With adrenaline, anything is possible, Don.
Is this what I think it is? The mirror from Shrek?
No, far from it. It is in fact a jukebox.
Probably hasn't seen any activity since the Elvis days.
Don, I have to ask, how good are you at solving puzzles?
I mean, I can solve crosswords fairly well. Why? What the fuck did I just do?
Oh, Don, you broke it. Everything you touch, you break.
I didn't mean to fucking break it, Joe. I just picked up the broken vinyl piece and then it broke itself.
Fucking chill out, both of you. This is meant to happen as it starts a mandatory progression puzzle. We need to scavenge the town for items to solve it. I'm assuming we need to visit a music store for another vinyl piece and a couple other items. This isn't a quick game, Don. You're going to spend a good chunk of your time running around and gathering items to solve puzzles to then progress through and do it again.
Sounds like most Call of Duty Zombies maps to me.
Well, there you go. Treat this like you're solving multiple Easter eggs to a viable ending, or at least in this case, the end credits.
We're already going longer than most zombies videos, so that's just wishful thinking, Obama.
Well, what the fuck do you expect me to say then?
Oh, come on. I thought I was being clever.
Yeah, don't expect for shit to be that easy. This is a game about puzzles and nightmare fuel.
It's a bug. Kill it.
That was the source of the radio static? I thought it was going to be one of those shambling guys, not really threatening.
That feeling when you're being dogpiled and almost dead and then a bug finishes you off feels bad, man.
Really? I bet I could shove this into the keyhole and force it open.
And you'd be soft-locked as that piece is important to progressing the game.
Someone should ring up a local exterminator. These bugs are infesting this place.
Why do you think we're here then?
I'm just waiting for one of those guys to burst through a door and scare the shit out of us. I just have that feeling.
Well, can you not have that feeling, please? Some of us are faint at heart.
You're the only one who is one bad scare away from death, dude.
If I've learned anything from RPG games, it's that I should search every room and place thoroughly for supplies, especially for what Obama said about reserving them. Probably something to do with bullets and how limited they can be. Oh, hey, look, the other side of the door I tried to break down. I have a feeling this game is loaded with shortcuts like these.
Shortcuts you'll use like once, and that's to leave. Unless you've forgotten something in a building.
So far, it's been rather tame on the scares outside of the few loud noises earlier.
Silent Hill games are more of a slow burn when it comes to how they work. The later series kind of lost the scare factor when they went a more action-y route.
I just wonder how long it'll take before we see goofy mods for this game, since it's an Unreal Engine game. And if you've seen Resident Evil, this will get a similar treatment.
Why is this crack in the wall deserving of a cutscene?
Well, there's your answer, Joe.
They could just be regular noisy neighbors upstairs. You never know, my guy.
Yeah, well, good thing I have the right tool for the job to shut them up. It's kind of weird how I already missed the fog atmosphere outside, as it's more light for me to see. More comforting and less cramped than those apartments. Did I find a shortcut by chance?
Would make sense, but nope, no shortcut.
I don't know how not being able to see 2 feet in front of you is comforting. I just find one of these apartments that look half decent and just board up. We're gonna die! Oh!
Relax, it's fine. Holy fuck, you jump at absolutely anything.
Makes it less scary for me when he reacts, so I just let him react as he does.
See, I fucking told you we were gonna die. I mean, we didn't, but we could have died, you know.
I'm finna shoot a tranquilizer in your damn neck if you keep that up.
Clearly was funded by Democrats, that steel staircase. If it were built by Republicans, it would never fail.
I'll offer $750 to the owner of this building to fix it, but they'll have to pay us back later, or we send their ass to jail.
Why is this door so special? Do we get to fight something grotesque?
Not every cutscene leads to some epic fight, Don. This is just some event for an item we need, I think.
EU, his hand is covered in oil.
That actually looks to be blood, Joe.
Well, why would you grip onto a bloody door handle?
He likely didn't think it was fresh blood, Joe. Calm down.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
Stick your penis in it.
I swear I'm in a room full of 5-year-olds.
Oh my God, the squishing noise of that is making me gag.
Will this make me lose an arm if I do this in another location as a form of trolling from the Diaz?
Weird way of saying devs, but I'm not sure, and I wouldn't tell you even if I did know. Hey, look, it looks to be a number piece for the jukebox back at the bar.
So, do we just go back, put this on, and the puzzle is done?
Not quite. We got a couple other things to do / find before we can complete the puzzle. The next location should be the music store in town. It's pretty simple what we need from there.
Well, it looks like we got beaten to the punch here. Let me just fix this real quick by smashing their heads in, if that's what you call it. God damn it, I need to work on my dodges. Come here, you freak. My eyes, I can't fucking see that. What the fuck just happened?
It's a spitter. Be careful when killing them because they explode on death.
I've met spitters before, but they don't explode like these ones do.
Joe, that's a little bit too much information at the moment.
Wait, that didn't explode? Weird. Might be thinking of another similar monster.
What can I say? I like to make my own entrances.
Let's superglue J.D. Vance's penis to his stomach.
You stay the hell away from my vice president, Joe.
Now you can combine the 2 broken vinyl records with the super glue, and that'll allow us to put the record into the jukebox.
And after this, do we complete the puzzle by then?
You really are the anxious one, aren't you? Once again, no, we need to get the coin to actually use the jukebox.
So you're telling me that James here doesn't have a fucking wallet on him and doesn't have fucking 50 cents to insert into the jukebox? How unprepared is this idiot?
Welcome to Konami and Japanese gaming logic.
I hope we get to what Obama was hinting at right at the beginning. I am tempted to ask what it is we will be seeing for the first time, but I also don't want to spoil myself.
Thankfully, this cash register is lit up for us so we don't go hitting every cash register we see.
This will be the first and last time we will witness Donald ever working for a retail job.
Shut the fuck up! I got the coin, let's go. What the fuck? Oh, you are so getting domed, dirtbag. Come here, motherfucker.
This was such a historic sight to see that even the monsters wanted to see it to believe it.
And now we hit play.
I don't think you did it right.
Will you shut the fuck up? Obama, what's the answer to this?
I don't know. Just fucking choose C or something, since C is the answer to everything.
I'll do it, but it better work. Ha! Got it!
You're welcome, by the way.
This one's garbage. Put on some Chuck Berry.
Shut the fuck up!
Park on the lake. We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us staring at the water.
See, Don broke it again because he touched it.
I will fucking hit you!
Well, I think that should be it for this part of the game, at least.
We're not ending the video here, are we?
Oh, hell no. We are playing until you two meet and witness the most disturbing thing you'll ever see.
Which means strap in, folks. This is likely either the halfway point or a quarter of the way through. I don't know. I'm not psychic. Why do I get the feeling that I've just walked into a boss fight?
It's not a boss fight, but be prepared. Shit's gonna get kicked to 11 soon.
Very comforting, Obama. At least you take us to dinner first before you fuck us.
Not sure how that analogy applies to here, but sure, let's go with that thought.
I don't appreciate these loud fucking sounds.
I think we just triggered an ambush. Might have to fight our way out of here.
Once you're done with that, book it to the Woodside Apartments. Trust me.
Woodside Apartments are, but I hope I run into it in this dense as fuck fog. I've been running and killing these damn things, and still no sign of the apartments, Obama. Are you sure that's where I need to go?
Yes, and these things will always respawn until you find it. It has to be near you, but I can't tell from the fog.
Incoming!
Getting better at dodging your shit now.
Focus on finding the apartments before we're totally lost.
What do you think I'm fucking doing? It's hard when there's a storm brewing, you know.
There, that has to be it.
I almost lost my voice yelling over top the fog and the epic music made by our editor.
You think he'll ever release that stuff?
Only if the people want it.
New map, new area, but it's gonna be fucking cramped and claustrophobic, I can already tell.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It will be just that, and you'll be sure to check your corners.
Oh, fun times. If anyone in our audience hates tight spaces, this is gonna be hard to watch. The hell is this? Ammo? Wait, is this where we can get a gun?
I'm not gonna say yes or no, but when there's suddenly ammo in a new area and you don't have a gun, I'd be sure to expect one.
Oh boy, an intractable cloth. I wonder what'll be underneath it.
I'm gonna say it's another long puzzle to solve. Fuck!
Like I said, every new area will have one of these. And just like what you said about COD zombies and their Easter eggs, these will be just like that.
After this video is done, I'm gonna burn every crossword puzzle I come across. This is like a college SAT exam every time.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Ah, yes. Call out to the what is likely a horrific monstrosity so they know you're wanting to meet them, genius.
By the way, you're in the area where you're going to meet the star of this show.
Oh my God, we're gonna meet Jim Cantori? Wait, that's a bad thing.
By the time this video goes up, Milton has likely devastated a good portion of Florida. I mean, even the Waffle Houses have closed.
And yet Golden Corral stayed open for longer until it was no longer safe. What a weird thing to use to assess danger.
Waffle houses tend to stay open and are usually intact during storms, so when they think that their waffle houses can't survive the storm, it's a bad thing.
Speaking of danger, I think I'm being lured into something. Well, at least I got a flashlight. Couldn't imagine walking around in the pitch black. What the fuck is that thing?
Looks like someone sewed someone's ass and legs on top of another pair of ass and legs.
Say hello to the new enemy type in this area. Remember when I said you're going to be looking around corners for some monsters? Yeah, these are those monsters that will lean up against walls out of your direct line of sight.
So remember, ladies and gentlemen, just like when you're crossing a street, look both ways before crossing. In my case, however, I will look both ways before entering rooms for any signs of whatever the flying fuck that thing was.
I got hit in the face when I tried scaring Jill, and now she looks both ways before entering a room or hallway. Sorry, honey.
Oh, what the fuck? I was gonna let you live because you're tiny, but you just fucking bit me. Fucking death sentence right there. Just gotta grab these keys and we can explore the apartment for a piece of the puzzle. Hey! You little shit! This is why I hate kids.
Ironically, what she did actually is beneficial to you later. You'll see why.
By making him take the long way around, how's that helpful?
Trust me when I say that had he got the keys without incident, things would have turned out differently.
What's a kid doing here?
I hope I find her parents so I can punch them both the fuck out for this goblin.
Wow, your hatred for children is something else, man.
So that girl was able to unlock the previously locked door. I call bullshit. Donald, stop touching shit. You always break them.
It's not my fault. I was meant to do that. Lay off. Well, I got something important, I believe.
Yes, and it's needed for the puzzle, so Joe is just saying nonsense to get a reaction.
I think this is where the little kicked away the key from us. Yep, it is indeed the second floor hallway key.
For those watching, you know why I'm excited to see what they're going to see in a little while.
This better be worth the build-up, Obama. We got an entire month to play horror games, and if we're being dragged along for this video until we see what you want us to see, and it sucks, I will not be your average Happy Joe.
Huh. Quite the artist.
I've seen better artwork from Baron, for fuck's sakes. Obama, why is there a creepy-ass guy standing with a red glow on the other side of these bars?
Allow me to present you the main antagonist of this game, Pyramid Head. Now, he was terrifying back in the day, but I'm curious if he's just as scary and threatening now, or he's become a pushover. We shall see.
I already don't like his vibe. Is this what you were leading us up to? If so, can we end the video now before I make a mess in my pants from being shit scared of him?
Oh, hell no, we are not done yet. Yes, we have seen Pyramid Head technically, but there's one more big event before I can say we can end it. Not saying we won't continue Silent Hill 2 after this, but like Joe said, we got a whole month of stuff to play to fill up the month.
Why is this wall so important that it gets a small jingle? If only James was to say something about it, so I'm not confused.
I don't appreciate this creepy as hell music. Is that guy gonna start chasing us now that this music started?
He doesn't give chase as far as I'm aware. This is just to tell you that you've just seen something completely unnerving and something not of this world. Technically, everything up to this point was something clearly not human, but that one is different. You feel that different around it.
Oh, hell yeah, finally! Been collecting all this ammo and now I can use it. Marika, fuck yeah!
This is where you really gotta preserve your shit. Ammo ain't infinite, you know.
I guarantee he's gonna shoot every enemy he sees now.
First it's a little girl, now it's a baby? There has to be some sense to this place.
In a town such as Silent Hill, everything that's impossible can become possible. Like hearing loved ones whom you thought were dead before but aren't here. Let's just say that what I just said plays a huge emphasis on the lore here.
This is what happens when you watch KSI's music video for Thick of It in full.
I'm actually curious as to who this is. I think it was in the original, but I'm sure some people have created theories.
Oh, hell no!
What the hell just came out of that monster? Was that a waifu moan?
It wasn't just a normal waifu moan. It was the waifu moan, as in the meme sound people use.
I mean, if it cuts some costs on producing a new death sound on Bloober's End, I'll accept it.
fuck it. Why not use all the ammo you have immediately? You don't seem to care about preservation.
What? It's not like I'm shooting wildly and missing a bunch. If I can clear a path without having to swing away and get hurt in the process, I'll do it. It's no biggie.
Oh my fucking God. We enter a room and get jumped by a human version of Cat Dog.
No way in fucking hell am I losing to something that hideous. The penalty is death, motherfucker. Wait, is this meant for me or for someone else that unfortunately came back to this hellhole of a town?
Whoever it's for, they left a perfectly good cake to go bad and grow gray mold all over it.
Oh, neat. Found where the handle goes. Okay. The hell do I do with this information? This a peephole, yes, but what the hell does me opening this closet do? Doesn't reward me with a puzzle piece, does it?
Normally I would help you immediately, but I want to see how you can get in that room. It's pretty simple, but only if you know where to look.
So your idea of this is letting us, the two inexperienced people, try to figure out how to solve this dilemma. You really are a sadistic person.
Once you find out the answer to this, you both are going to look real stupid.
These noises are so loud. They hurt my frail ears.
Well, tough luck, because that's a shortcut and it'll be plenty helpful, I think. Oh, what the fuck? I was supposed to push this thing. Fuck off!
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that.
I told you both it would make you look stupid.
And now we are stuck in some schizophrenic's room.
I don't want to have you guys get stuck on the safe code puzzle, so I'm just going to do it myself. Yes, I looked up the number combination. No, I'm not sorry.
Thank you for doing that, Obama. I would have been so lost and Joe would have been no help at all.
And that is the first of 3 coins we need. You're welcome.
My eyes are just going haywire by looking at the state of the room. Donald can just touch padlocks and they'll dissolve.
Whatever, I finally have a new place to save instead of always running back to the first floor.
It kind of has that Bloodborne feel when you find shortcuts back to the lamp and then eventually find a new lamp after a long time of trekking.
Really now? I can fucking see it and yet I can't hit it until I'm in its vicinity. Great logic.
Yeah, I could see why that would be a bit frustrating.
Is someone having a bad masturbation session there or something?
I totally forgot this guy. You're gonna love him, trust me.
I don't like the tone of your voice, Obama. Last time you said something like that, we gotta meet Pyramid Giza, or whatever his name is.
By the looks of this poor guy being killed in the fridge, I'm not so trusting either. For the sake of my safety and potentially some well-earned paranoia, I will bring out my piece to greet this guy, and if he makes a hostile move, I'm putting a bullet in his head, maybe 3 just in case.
You don't need it as this guy is real and not a monster, but if it makes you feel safer, I guess.
Sounds like he tried human meat for the first time and his body is rejecting it.
Hey, who's there?
It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I didn't do it, I swear.
Hey, are you okay?
I didn't do anything. He was like that when I got here.
He? Oh, you mean the man back there? In the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill him.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm not saying that you did. Look, my name is James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie, okay. So, do you live here, Eddie?
No. I'm not even from this town. It's just...
Something brought you here.
Yeah. Yeah, you could say that. Well, they came at me. I didn't know what to do, so I ran. I came here. Figured it might be safe, but then I found the guy in the fridge.
Easy, deep breaths. Look, this place, it's not safe. These things, this whole town, there's something wrong with it. It might be best if you just get out of here.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, you want to come with? Maybe together we can find a way out of this town.
Oh, sorry, but I can't leave. Not yet. I need to find someone.
Oh.
And Eddie, be careful.
Yeah, you too.
Well, I can say that I am thoroughly disturbed by how much one man can vomit. And no, if you're thinking I'm just gonna hop on through this window and have me fight these things melee only, you are so mistaken.
Get ready, folks. This is gonna be painful to watch from an aiming and ammo reserve standpoint.
Alrighty, all of them are taken care of, and I won't get harassed whatsoever. Goddamn, I love my guns, man. Second coin acquired. Hopefully the third one's not too far off from here.
I'm just gonna pretend I didn't witness you wasting almost all of your ammo because you were too afraid to take them on by hand.
Not gonna lie, I'd probably do the same thing.
I actually forgot that I needed to crawl in someplace. After the first one, I just didn't think of looking down at the floor for those white cloths.
Oh, score, man. Share some with us. That looks delicious.
Probably well beyond their prime, and it just sounds like some flavored vodka that is guaranteed to give you hangovers.
Clearly it wants me to use it somewhere, but I can't really see a use for it other than what looks to be a garbage chute. Wait a minute, wasn't the chute clogged at the bottom? I got an idea, let me cook.
You goddamn monster, wasting something as precious as juice. I don't care if it's flavored vodka. I'm goddamn thirsty.
Wow, I'm proud of you for figuring that out yourself. Granted, it was like the only other option there, but still, congrats.
And that should be the final coin to finish the puzzle of this entire apartment complex. Honestly, I'm liking this game despite the nitpicking I've been doing. My modders have started to pick apart this game, so maybe we'll see some cool stuff on Nexus. Almost thought I couldn't find the coin for a second. All right, let's go solve that puzzle.
For the sake of time, I'm gonna solve it for them.
It's good to have someone like you around, someone willing to help.
I'm just losing patience and losing my will to keep my mouth shut for the thing I want both of y'all to see. This puzzle is just tediously long in my opinion. Voila! The key to room 201. Now I'm just gonna sit back and let both of you experience what's in that apartment. Trust me, it will be worth the hype.
Okay, room 201. I don't know what to expect, but holy shit, this place looks nice. Fucking hell, I would love to live here. It just has that cozy feeling compared to everything else.
This place looks like what a home from the 1950s and 60s would look like. Dingy, kind of cozy, but I swear there's a foul odor of cat piss on the rugs.
Looks like a grandparent's home. Obama's keeping his mouth shut for a reason, so stay vigilant and maybe we'll see what he really wants to show us. Oh shit, it's a cutscene. I'm sure it'll be nothing special and Obama was just trolling us.
Yeah, let's go with that. I'm getting bad vibes already. Holy shit, what the fuck?
What is he doing to that thing? Obama, where the fuck are you? Explain this shit now.
I think he muted himself on purpose to let us experience it in full.
Because he knew we'd be fucking terrified and disturbed. Does he know we're in here? I know James is breathing like a smoker, but really?
Don't tell me he's going to do what I think he's going to do. James, no.
Why the fuck is he aiming at his steel helmet? Like aim for his dick or something. Does he think he has FMJ bullets?
Well, this is the end of James Sunderland, a dumbass who shot at the final boss before it was appropriate.
The fuck? He's just gonna walk away after being shot at? It's like he's intentionally toying with us.
Oh, don't tell me this freak is into fucking dead things.
So how did you two enjoy that amazing cinematic?
You call that shit amazing? We just witnessed that thing have its way with those leg monsters.
Once you figure out the lore behind Pyramid Head and the other monsters, it'll all make sense in due time. Now it's time to follow the big bad into what is known as the outer world.
Yeah, here's my suggestion to that. No, and to the fucking oh no. We've seen enough already. Let's just run back to our car and fucking leave.
Unfortunately, that's not the case anymore. This town has James by the balls and he doesn't even know it.
Well, I guess we're seeing it through to the end now.
Once we find another red square to save at, we can call it good there. This has gone on long enough for an upload, and I'm sure the fans will appreciate a pretty long video from us outside of our movies. My mistake, this is the other world.
Like that makes this any less dangerous.
Fucking hell, finally. Never thought I'd be this happy to stop playing a game. It's a great game, no doubt, but this was like a 2.5-hour session, and it's gonna be a long time condensing it down to appropriate video length.
Of course, it's another big puzzle to solve before we progress. I get the memo now.
I appreciate both of you for sticking it through to this point. I was so excited to see what you'd think of everyone's favorite survival horror monster, well, subjectively at least.
Right, well, this is gonna be a fucking monster of an upload, so we hope it was well worth it for Spooktober.
I saw something. Felt something, maybe. It was more real than reality. I felt like I was lost, walking through this dark tunnel, and the ground beneath me stretched on for an eternity. Felt like I was dying.
He swerved out of his lane, striking a passenger van that started a pile-up, killing 7. In weather, we'll all be sad to see another band of thunderstorms heading toward the city tomorrow night.
I just had this insane sense of emptiness and terror, and I
don't care who she sees. We're not even married anymore. She can see whoever she wants.
So Ashley, what did you do to end up solving the problem?
I ignored it, tried to forget. I watched television.
And that helped?
It dulls the pain. You're gonna scare her out.
Oh, come on. Some of those were good shit.
As much as it'd be nice to just sit around and watch TV all day, we got a game to play.
But I wanted to.
Indeed, Obama. From that title screen, we are playing a game called My Friendly Neighborhood. Although knowing this is a survival horror game, it'll be anything but friendly.
I have not heard anyone talk about this for years. Apparently it's a masterpiece in its own right.
Well, so far it's nothing but a black screen.
It's because I had to put this on an external hard drive for space reasons, motherfucker. It's obvious.
Okay, last job of the day. What's this one about?
Dude sounds like he's an uncle of mine.
I can definitely feel the uncle vibes coming off of Gordon.
He just sounds like the actor that liked to call everyone a putz.
Walter Matthau, he was a classic. He's been gone 24 years.
80 is a respectable age to die at, honestly.
Got that in the war. Last time I stick my neck out for someone.
He was 79, and that just sounds like you're disrespecting people who aren't 80 yet like me.
Oh, I'm not eating that. That's been there for days.
If it was a McDonald's burger, it'd still be fresh a year later.
There's an elevator. Maybe it still works.
That purple jizz may say otherwise, Gordon.
Did I find an important piece already? Looks like we're on a roll with progression.
What on earth? Is this glue?
Nah, Barney the dinosaur had a wild weekend and this was the result. Someone slipped him a Viagra.
Ring me. Okay.
I'm glad the furries haven't gotten to him yet, for good reasons anyway.
That noise is disturbing. It's like snoring mixed with rusty gears.
Jim Henson is rolling in his fucking grave already.
Raise the curtain. Bring up the lights. The neighborhood is coming to town.
Hello. I'm here to disconnect the antenna.
Television's heartbeat has returned. A spirit of cheer brightens every child's eye. The cry goes round the kindergarten class. The neighborhood! The neighborhood!
Okay. I'm here to disconnect the
I am Ricky the Sock. Your television will never be the same. Hold on. Did you say disconnect the antenna?
Yes?
Oh my, no. You mustn't do that. That would be a catastrophe.
It's broadcasting over the news.
The news? No, trust me. The antenna is just fine as it is. Doesn't need any disconnecting. Tell you what, you wait here and I'll get you some. Oh, that wasn't pleasant. I'm gonna take a sec.
Okay then.
I'm just imagining the voice actor reading the script and hearing the noises from another booth, and that's his genuine reaction, and they just kept that in.
Would not surprise me at all, Obama. We got a key card now. Let's find out where it goes.
Hey there, kids.
Hey, who's that?
Anybody who has a phobia to dolls, puppets, or mannequins, this game and/or video will be nightmare fuel, unfortunately.
Nah, that just drives up the interaction. We'll get comments along the lines of them having a phobia of the sort, or just our voices alone help soothe the fear.
I'm sure this game is more comedic than scary. I mean, how could you be scared of Jim Henson like Muppets?
Obama, there are so many phobias that if you thought about some of them, you'd wonder how the human race even survived this long. One of them is a phobia about phobias. How the fuck does that make sense?
Yeah, that's not unsettling at all. Fucking hell, that's creepy.
I take it back. You can be scared of these things, especially if they're aware you're coming.
Hey, y'all. I'm Norman. I'm a really normal guy.
And now you guys know why this game is super good. The voices of the enemies are so good and hilarious at times. Whoever came up with the idea for these guys to spout these lines, bravo to you.
Locked. Maybe I could find the key. What's this shape all about?
Yeah, they don't shut up, do they?
Nope, they do not, and it's on purpose and it's genius.
I get it now. They're made to be as annoying as possible, so you want to kill them. Perfect.
What the heck is going on here?
You give me a task, and I'll give you a craft. I like to start with pipe cleaners to give myself something to make shapes out of.
These voice actors probably just made up half their lines for these guys. It works, though.
Oh yeah, I forgot that the guns in this game are all paper-based and I guess advertiser-friendly.
I want to actually hear some of these lines and see if they go into the disturbing category.
What you make your crafts out of. I like to use Norman because he has all sorts of oranges and reds I can use. Now I start patching my piles of red onto the pipe cleaners. Look, see? I made a ball of Leonard eyes. What do you think, Leonard Love?
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Are we even fucking needed to speak? These puppets take up most of the dialogue and it's hard to talk over them sometimes.
Then we'd classify this as a playthrough, and that's not really what this channel is for.
Ah, yes, duct tape in the toilet reminds me of the escapist games.
I've seen people requesting we do more escapist videos, and we might, but we're still thinking about how we'll tackle December as it could be Christmas themed. We're not sure yet.
I mean, as far as Christmas videos are concerned, there's a few Black Ops 3 Christmas maps we can choose.
Yeah, that's kind of too easy, though. We'll talk about it and see what works if we just do a Christmas month or keep it normal.
I think someone taped his mouth shut for us.
Considering everything talks in this game, it's a bit of a blessing.
We need a weapon if we're going to go through these areas. Clearly these puppets aren't acting correctly and will probably kill us if we try to run past.
Well, our prayers may have been answered as we can use this pipe wrench to kick things off.
Where are the guns, like you've mentioned? Do they expect us to clear out a building with only a pipe wrench?
Still better than fists. Knowing how fucked up they are, they could easily break bones if they tried.
I have to get close, though, and they can still do damage to me. I just have to be careful, I think.
And it sounds like he figured out how to speak. Wonderful. Let's waste him.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, I thought I swung first. Fuck!
He just tossed you down a flight of stairs and you still want to go? Tough as nails, man.
Twice he did that? Fucking hell, this is supposed to be an introduction to combat, not a death warrant for me.
Yes, use the tape on him so we don't have to do that over and over again.
Another one already? I hope this one isn't as annoying as the one we just fought. Oh my God, we can save and heal and shit. Bit of a safe haven from all the madness we've witnessed so far.
Small respite of relief. It's like we can take a break before heading back out in that insanity.
Though it seems like saves are not free, meaning if we have no tokens and try to save or heal, we won't be able to.
I'm sure there'll be so many tokens throughout the game that it won't be an issue. Nice little inventory system akin to Resident Evil.
If you can draw, you can do all sorts of cool.
Come here, you fucking freak! Oh, I wish I had the gun right now. I wouldn't have to get close at all. Fuck you! Damn it, I missed.
Don't die to the girl puppet. That'd be embarrassing.
I can tell the grabbing animation will get old quick.
God damn it, when I try to go for the swing, I get grabbed. Fuck off, you Zac Efron wannabe. Stop fucking grabbing me.
Nice, let's see why he was banging on the door.
There you are. Now don't toddle off again. I've got some snackaroos waiting back in the lobby.
Hey, what's going on here? Your puppet friends are attacking me.
Oh, are they? How embarrassing. By the way, what's your name?
What?
Your name, your moniker, your handle, your nom de plume?
It's Gordon.
Gordon? What a beautiful name. I could say it all day. Gordon. Gordon. Gordon.
Is this a gun? Does it work?
Oh my, that's where I left that. I was looking for it all over the place. Ugh, fine. If you're gonna go gallivanting all over the place, then at least watch out for Pearl.
Pearl?
You know, the enormous bird that crushes people. Don't get on her bad side is all I'm...
What was that? Okay, let's do this.
Let's fucking lock and load, bitches.
Friendly here. Friendly. I wonder what happens.
That is so much better than playing whack-a-mole with these idiots.
I hope there will be more than just a pistol.
If there's a grenade launcher, I will be so excited.
Voila, the circle key has been acquired and now we can proceed into the circle doors. I wonder if there will be boss fights or something like that.
Well, we're certainly not beating them with a pistol, Don.
It's time for a duet with myself.
Now I see the appeal for these puppets in this game.
I could listen to their lines all day, but that would be boring. It'd be super easy to edit, though. Low effort as well, but we're for content, guys.
Wow. This must be one of the old sets.
They could easily house the homeless in a place like this, but just like in real life, you gotta pry it from the owner's hands before you can do that. Such are the ways of greed and stubbornness.
How much ammo do these puppets take? It feels random to me.
That's quite a bird.
And I am right to assume that the big bird is Pearl, AKA don't fuck with Pearl.
We also cannot crouch or hide anywhere, meaning she can fuck us up whenever she wants to.
To those sadistic assholes in the audience, no, I will not try to shoot the big bird with this thing. Some things are meant to be left alone.
How many puppets did they make? So many of the same kind. What's with the letter block we got?
Most survival horror games have puzzles, Joe. From the looks of it, we need to gather blocks of letters to spell out something. That means we have to traverse around this place and avoid being trampled and killed by Pearl. Sounds easy, And not concerning at all, right?
I will send off a motion to the editor saying we should cut this up into highlights because this will likely take a while and we don't have all night or storage space to make a really long video again.
Reminds me of Devil Artemis and their budget gag. I hope the dude's okay. He was in the path of Milton, and I think he's doing okay, as he posted sparking 0 content. Definitely gonna tape this one up. I feel like I'll need to come through here a few times, and I don't feel like wasting more ammo.
Jesus fucking Christ, are these what the Muppets are like when nobody's watching?
I swear these bullets aren't registering or they're hitting an invisible hitbox. Fucking hell, man.
Oh, no.
Toughest puppet yet, for real.
So first, make a big, big triangle. Just take your hand, make 3 lines, and connect them together.
Really wish I was taught that in school.
It came from Florida in the mail.
Anybody's ears bleeding yet?
If that did happen, I'd be rushing to a doctor immediately.
This is like Jurassic Park when they look from the vehicle to the T-Rex that's outside.
Not gonna lie, I had the same thought, man.
Ah, shit, I launched him too far. Wait, can I still tape him? Amazing, now he will never come down from those boxes, and I saved myself some ammo in the process. Win-win for me, not so much for him. How many fucking bullets does it take? Fucking hell, man. If I had tape, I'd so use it on you and just you, Norman.
You know his name?
Of course I do. The guy's the mascot for the game.
In fact, it's so bad that I start barfing all over the floor. That's right. If you take the last cereal box in front of me, cut me off in traffic, or tell me that my soup isn't any good, I'm gonna barf.
I wouldn't suggest vomiting on people. Doesn't get you anywhere other than a punch to the face and an assault charge. Don, I saw the puppet move.
I'm aware, just seeing if it's a QTE.
Stupid puppet.
Of course it would do that.
I wonder what...
This game is just pure inconsistency. Sometimes it's 3 shots, sometimes it's closer to 7 or 8. I wonder if the solution is just as obvious as I think it is. By that I mean the answer is neighbor, like the name of the game. Bingo! Easy shit, boys!
Not gonna lie, I would have been there for so long trying to figure it out.
The hands look really weird to me. Oh well, good thing we don't see them much.
Maybe this unlocks a different part of the studio.
And that concludes this area for us. The basement is where we go to next. I think that's where the demo started, I believe. I remember Markiplier starting from there when it was just a demo.
There we go.
You know, I'm sure the game could have allowed mild swearing at least. This is survival horror after all.
Well, no getting back up that way.
Yeah, well, it's to avoid angry Karen parents buying this game for their kids that think it's all rainbows and ice cream.
I could definitely see that be a thing if they allowed cursing and whatnot. This is supposed to be a nod to Jim Henson, and they never swore as far as I know, so there's that to consider.
Those neon lights should be illegal for how fucking bright they are. I feel like I need sunglasses right now.
Cutscene? I mean, okay, let's just have a break from talking at least.
Oh dear, oh my. You seem to be stranded in the basement.
How do I get out of here, Ricky?
Oh, haven't a clue. Never come down here myself. Why? What's got your overalls in a knot?
I'm trying to get to the roof.
The roof? What's so interesting about the roof? Down here's much more intriguingly musty. Unrelated, how do you feel about blunt force head trauma?
What is it this time?
Well, Ray, of course. He's the best sort of monster janitor thing. But he's a little obsessed with, organic maintenance. Tends to pop out of pipes and clobber people with his wrench.
Great. Are all of you puppets crazy?
Well, Ray has always been a little grouchy, even before the shutdown. That's why they moved him down here. Only way out is by elevator, and he can't figure out how to use the buttons.
Elevator. Got it.
Oh, silly me. I forgot about the elevators. Really, Gordon, I wouldn't bother. The cables are probably rusted. I don't think they even run anymore.
I'll take my chances.
Wow, you're so courageous and stuff. Look, I gotta go wash my hair.
Stupid puppets.
Right then, where to next?
Fuck yeah, we got a shotgun now.
Let's get writing.
That one-liner just killed the coolness of this moment. Gordon is not an action hero.
Fuck yeah! One shot, baby! Ah, fuck, he flew too far and now I can't tape him, and when I try to jump down there later, he's gonna wreck my shit. Oh well, this gun's awesome. Limited ammo, though. I think that's good for a video for Spooktober, right?
We're about halfway through Spooktober. It's insane how fast time flies.
I both hate and love this tradition we've made for ourselves and the audience.
This video will not be of a game, but the three of us will read old creepypastas from the days when the whole world wasn't fucking crazy as it is now. By three of us, I am including Joe, even though his reading capabilities fluctuate each day.
Fuck you, man. I do read good.
We won't name these creepypastas as those that remember them. We'll pick up on them fairly easily. No, we're not doing Jeff the Killer. That one is ass and has so much cringe in it that it's a comedic piece at this point.
One of these days, we're going to see animated clips of us by fans, and it's going to be the best shit ever. Okay, I need your help with this. This is not a copy pasta, it's a long read, but I feel like my safety or well-being could very well depend on this. It's video game related, specifically Majora's Mask, and is the creepiest shit that has ever happened to me in my entire life. Having said that, I recently moved into my dorm room starting as a sophomore in college, and a friend of mine gave me his old Nintendo 64. I was stoked, to say the least. I could finally play all of those old games of my youth that I hadn't touched in at least a decade. His Nintendo 64 came with one yellow controller and a rather shoddy copy of Super Smash Bros. While beggars can't be choosers, needless to say, it didn't take long until I became bored of beating up level 9 CPUs. That weekend, I decided to drive around a few neighborhoods about 20 minutes or so off campus, hitting up the local garage sales, hoping to score on some good deals from ignorant parents. I ended up picking up a copy of Pokemon Stadium, GoldenEye, fuck yeah, F-Zero, and 2 other controllers for $2. Satisfied, I began to drive out of the neighborhood when one last house caught my attention. I still have no idea why it did. There were no cars there and only one table was set up with random junk on it. But something sort of drew me there. I usually trust my gut on these things, so I got out of the car and was greeted by an old man. His outward appearance was, for lack of a better word, displeasing. It was odd. If you asked me to tell you why I thought that, I couldn't really pinpoint anything. There was just something about him that put me on edge. I can't explain it. All I can tell you is that if it wasn't in the middle of the afternoon and there were other people within shouting distance, I would not have even thought of approaching this man. He flashed a crooked smile at me and asked what I was looking for. Immediately, I noticed that he must have been blind in one of his eyes. His right one had that glazed over look about it. I forced myself to look to his left eye instead, trying not to offend, and asked him if he had any old video games. I was already wondering how I could politely excuse myself from the situation when he told me he had no idea what a video game was. But to my surprise, he then said he had a few ones in an old box. He assured me he'd be back in a jiffy and turned to head back into the garage. As I watched him hobble away, I couldn't help but notice what he was selling on his table. Littered across it were rather peculiar paintings, various artworks that looked like ink blots that a psychiatrist might show you. Curious, I looked through them. It was obvious why no one was visiting this guy's garage sale. These weren't exactly aesthetically pleasing. As I came to the last one, for some reason, it looked almost like Majora's Mask. The same heart-shaped body with little spikes protruding outward. Initially, I just thought that since I was secretly hoping to find that game at these garage sales, some Freudian bullshit was projecting itself into the ink blots. But given the events that happened afterward, I'm not so sure now. I should have asked the man about it. I wish I did ask the man about it. After staring at the Majora-shaped blot, I looked up and the old man was suddenly there again, arm's length in front of me, smiling at me. I'll admit, I jumped out of reflex and laughed nervously as he handed me a Nintendo 64 cartridge. It was the standard gray color, except that someone had written Majora on it in black permanent marker. I got butterflies in my stomach as I realized what a coincidence this was and asked him how much he wanted for it. The old man smiled at me and told me that I could have it for free, that it used to belong to a kid who was about my age that didn't live here anymore. There was something weird about how he phrased that, but I didn't really pay any attention to it. I was too caught up in not only finding this game, but getting it for free. I reminded myself to be a bit skeptical since this looked like a pretty shady cartridge and there was no guarantee it would work. But then the optimist inside me interjected, maybe it was some kind of beta version or pirated version of the game. That was all I needed to be back on Cloud 9. I thanked the man and he smiled at me and wished me well, saying, "Goodbye then." At least that's what it sounded like to me. All the way in the car ride home, I had a nagging doubt that he had said something else. My fears were confirmed when I booted up the game. To my surprise, it worked just fine, and there was one save file named simply Ben. Goodbye, Ben. He was saying, "Goodbye, Ben." I felt bad for the man, obviously a grandparent and obviously going senile. I, for some reason or another, reminded him of his grandson, Ben. Out of curiosity, I looked at the save file. Eyeballing it, I could tell that he was pretty far into the game. He had almost all of the masks and 3/4 of the boss's remains. I noticed that he had used an owl statue to save his game. He was on day 3 and by the Stone Tower Temple with hardly an hour left before the moon would crash. I remember thinking that it was a shame that he had come so close to beating the game but never finished it. I made a new file named Link out of tradition and started the game, ready to relive my childhood. For such a shady-looking cartridge, I was impressed at how smoothly it ran. Literally just like a retail copy of the game, save for a few minor hiccups here and there, like textures being where they shouldn't be and random flashes of cutscenes at odd intervals, but nothing too bad. However, the only thing that was a little unnerving was that at times the NPCs would call me Link, and at other times they would call me Ben. I figured it was just a bug, a fluke in the programming causing our files to get mixed up or something. It did kind of creep me out after a while though, and it was around after I had beaten the Woodfall Temple that I regrettably went into the save files and deleted Ben. I'd intended to preserve the file just out of respect of the game's original owner. It's not like I needed 2 files anyway. Hoping that that would solve the problem. It did and it didn't. Now NPCs wouldn't call me anything. Where my name should have been in the dialogue, there was just a blank space. My save file name was still called Link though. Frustrated and with homework to do, I put the game down for a day. I started playing it again last night, getting the Lens of Truth and working my way towards completing the Snowhead Temple. Now, some of you more hardcore Majora's Mask players know about the 4th day glitch. For those who don't, you can Google it. But the gist is that right as the clock is about to hit 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds on the final day, you can talk to the astronomer and look through the telescope. If you time it right, the countdown disappears, and you essentially have another day to finish whatever you were doing. Deciding to do the glitch to try and finish the Snowhead Temple, I happened to get it right on the first try, and the time counter at the bottom disappeared. However, when I pressed B to exit the telescope, instead of being greeted by the astronomer, I found myself in the Majora boss fight room at the end of the game, the trippy boxed-in arena, staring at Skull Kid hovering above me. There was no sound, just him floating in the air, and the background music, which was regular for the area, but still creepy. Immediately, my palms began to sweat, and this was definitely not normal. Skull Kid never appeared here. I tried moving around the area, but no matter where I went, Skull Kid would always be facing me, looking at me, not saying anything. Nothing would happen though, and this kept up for around 60 seconds. I thought the game had bugged or something, but I was beginning to doubt that very much. I was about to reach for the reset button when text appeared on my screen. "You're not sure why, but you apparently had a reservation." I instantly recognized that text. You get that message when you get the room key from Anju at the Stockpot Inn, but why was it playing here? I refused to entertain the notion that it was almost as if the game was trying to communicate with me. I started to navigate the room again, testing to see if that was some sort of trigger that enabled me to interact with something here. Then I realized how stupid I was. To even think that someone could reprogram the game like this was absurd. Sure enough, 15 seconds later, another message appeared on the screen. And again, like the first one, it was already a pre-existing phrase. "Go to the lair of the temple's boss, yes, no." I paused for a second, contemplating what I should press and how the game would react when I realized that I couldn't select no. Taking a deep breath, I pressed yes, and the screen faded to white with the words "Dawn of a New Day" and the subtext vertical bar, 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 vertical bar beneath it. Where I was ported to, filled me with the most intense sense of dread and impending fear I'd ever experienced. And the only way I can describe the way I felt here is having this feeling of inexplicable depression on a profound scale. I'm normally not a depressed person, but the way I felt here was a feeling that I didn't even knew existed. It was such a twisted, powerful presence that seemed to wash over me. I appeared in some kind of weird Twilight Zone version of Clocktown. I walked out of the clock tower, as you normally do when you start from day one, only to find that all of the inhabitants were gone. Usually with the fourth day glitch, you can still find the guards and the dog that runs around outside the tower. This time they were all gone. What replaced them was the ominous feeling that there was something out there in the same area as me, and that it was watching me. I had 4 hearts to my name and the hero's bow, but at this point I wasn't even concerned for my avatar. I felt that I personally was in some kind of danger. Perhaps the most chilling thing was the music. It was the song of healing, ripped straight from the game itself, but played in reverse. It got louder, building up as if you should expect something to pop out at you. But nothing ever did, and the constant loop began to wear on my mental state. Every now and then I would hear the faint laugh of the happy mask salesman in the background, just quiet enough so that I wasn't sure if I just hearing things, but just loud enough to keep me determined to find him. I looked in all 4 zones of Clocktown, only to find nothing, no one. Textures were missing. West Clocktown had me walking on air. The entire area felt broken, hopelessly broken. As the reverse song of healing repeated for what must have been the 50th time, I just remember standing in the middle of South Clocktown, realizing that I had never felt so alone in a video game before. As I walked through the ghost town, I don't know whether it was the combination of the out-of-place textures and the atmosphere or the haunting melody of the once peaceful and soothing song being butchered and distorted, but I was literally on the verge of tears and I had no idea why. I hardly ever cry. Something had gripped me here with this powerful sense of depression that was both foreign and crippling. I tried leaving Clocktown, but every time I attempted to zone out, the screen would fade to black and I would just zone into another part of Clocktown. I tried playing my ocarina. I wanted to escape and I did not want to be here, but every time I played the Song of Time or Song of Soaring, it would only say, "Your notes echo far, but nothing happens." By this point, it was obvious the game didn't want me to leave, but I had no idea why it was keeping me here. I didn't want to go inside the buildings. I felt that I would be too vulnerable there to whatever I was terrified of. I don't know why, but I came up with the idea that maybe if I drowned myself at the laundry pool, I could spawn somewhere else and leave this place. As I zoned in and ran toward the pool, that's when it happened. Link grabbed his head and the screen flashed for a brief moment of the happy masked salesman smiling at me. Not Link, me, with Skull Kid's scream playing in the background when the screen returned. I was staring at the Link statue from playing the song Elegy of Emptiness. I screamed as the thing just stared back at me with that haunting facial expression. I turned around and ran out and back into South Clocktown. And to my horror, the fucking statue followed me. The only thing I can compare it to is like the weeping angels from Doctor Who. Every so often at random intervals, the animation would play of the statue appearing behind me. It was like the thing was chasing me, or I don't even want to fucking say it, haunting me. By this point, I was on the verge of hysterics. But not even once did the thought of turning off the console occur to me. I don't know why, I was so wrapped up in it. The terror felt all so real. I tried to shake the statue, but it would literally appear right behind me every single time. Link started to begin to make weird animations I had never even seen him do before. He would flail his arms around or spasm randomly, and the screen would cut to the happy masked salesman smiling again for a brief moment before I was face to face with that fucking statue again. I ended up running into the Swordmaster's dojo and to the back. I don't know why, but in my panic, I just wanted some kind of assurance that I wasn't alone here. To my dismay, I found no one, but as I turned to leave, the statue cornered me in the cubby in the back. I tried attacking it with my sword, but to no avail. Confused and backed into a corner, I just stared at the statue, waiting for it to kill me. Suddenly, the screen flashed again to the happy masked salesman. Link turned to face my screen, standing upright, mirroring the statue, looking at me along with his copy, literally staring at me. Whatever was left of the fourth wall was completely shattered while I ran out of the dojo terrified. Suddenly, the game warped me to an underground tunnel. and the reverse song of healing queued up again as I was given a brief moment of rest before the statue started appearing behind me again, this time aggressively. I could only take a few steps before it would summon behind me again. I hurriedly made my way out of the tunnel and appeared in southern Clocktown. As I ran aimlessly, in a sheer panic, suddenly a re-dead screamed, and the screen faded to black as dawn of a new day, and vertical bar, 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 vertical bar appeared again. The screen faded in and I was standing on top of Clock Tower with Skull Kid hovering over me again, silent. I looked up and the moon was back, looming just meters above my head. The Skull Kid just stared at me hauntingly with that fucking mask. A new song was playing. The Stone Tower Temple theme played in reverse. In some sort of desperate attempt, I equipped my bow and fired off a shot at the Skull Kid. It actually hit him and played an animation of him reeling back. I fired again. And on the third arrow, a text box appeared saying, "That won't do you any good." I was picked up off the ground and levitated upwards on my back. Link screamed as he burst into flames, instantly killing him. I jumped when this happened. I had never seen this move used by anyone in the game, and Skull Kid himself didn't have any moves. As the death screen played, my lifeless body still burning, the Skull Kid laughed and the screen faded to black, only to have me reappear in the same place. I decided to charge him, but the same thing happened. Link's body was lifted off the ground by some unknown force, and he immediately burst into flames again, killing him. This time during the death screen, the faint sounds of the reverse song of healing could be heard. On my third and final try, I noticed that there was no music playing this time, that all there was eerie silence. I remembered that in the original encounter with the Skull Kid, you were supposed to use the ocarina to either travel back in time or summon the giants. I attempted to play the Song of Time, but before I could hit the last note, Link's body once again horrifically exploded into flames, and he died. As the death screen neared its end, it began to chug, as if the cartridge was trying to process a lot of something. When the screen came to, it was the same scene as the first 3 times, except this time Link was lying on the ground, dead in a position I had never seen in the game before. His head was tilted towards the camera with the Skull Kid floating above him. I couldn't move. I couldn't press any buttons. All I could do was just stare at Link's dead body. After around 30 seconds of this, the game simply faded out, showing the message, "You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?" before kicking you out to the title screen. Upon getting back to the title screen and starting again, I noticed my save file was no longer there. Instead of Link, it was replaced with Your Turn. Your Turn had 3 hearts, 0 masks, and no items. I selected Your Turn and immediately was returned to the Clock Tower rooftop scene of my dead Link and the Skull Kid hovering over, with the Skull Kids laughing, looping again and again. I quickly hit the reset button, and when the game booted up again, there was one more save file added below Your Turn, entitled Ben. Ben's save file was right back where it was before I deleted it, at the Stone Tower Temple with the moon almost crashing. I turned the game off at that point. I'm not superstitious, but this is way too fucked up, even for me. I haven't played it at all today. Hell, I didn't even get any sleep last night. I kept hearing the reverse song of healing music in my head, and just remembering the sense of dread I felt exploring Clocktown. I drove back to the old man's house today to ask him some questions with a buddy of mine. No way I was going there alone, only to find that there was a for sale sign in the front yard. When I rang the door, no one was home. So now I'm back here writing down the rest of my thoughts and recording what happened. Sorry if some of this has grammatical errors and whatnot. I'm running on no sleep here. I'm terrified of this game, even more so now that I relived it a second time writing this all down. But I feel like there's still more to it than meets the eye, and that there's something calling to me to investigate this further. I think Ben is something in this equation, but I don't know what. And if I could get a hold of the old man, then I would be able to find some answers. I need another day or so to recuperate before tackling this game again. I feel like it's already taken a toll on my sanity. But next time I do this, I'm going to be recording my footage all the way through. The idea to record only came to me towards the end, so you see the last few minutes of what I saw, including Skull Kid and the elegy statue, but it's on YouTube here. I'm going to stay in this thread for a little while longer before I fall asleep to answer any questions you guys might have, or hopefully listen to your ideas or theories to help me shed some light into this, or maybe things I should try to do. I think I'm going to play Ben's file tomorrow to see what happens. Maybe I was supposed to do that all along. I don't believe in paranormal shit, but this is a little fucked up. But maybe this Ben guy is just a really good hacker/programmer. I don't want to think about the alternatives if he isn't. That's the end of the copy-paste. I'm hoping that maybe this is some kind of running gag the developers had and that other people have gotten gag or hacked copies of the game like this. This just really scares me. I'm going to post what happened and link the video footage, but last night, everything got too real for me. I think I'm done messing around with this. I passed out pretty much immediately after making that thread. But last night, that Elegy of Emptiness statue, I had a dream about it. I dreamed that it was following me in my dream, that I would be minding my own business when I'd feel my neck hairs stand up on end. I would turn around that thing. That horrible, lifeless statue would be staring with those empty eyes right at me, merely inches away. In my dream, I remember calling it Ben, and never before had I had a dream that I could remember so vividly. But the important thing is, I did get some sleep, I suppose. Today, putting off playing the game as long as I could, I drove back up to that neighborhood to see if the old man came back. As I expected, the car was still gone and no one was home. As I was walking back to my car, the man next door mowing the grass killed the power to his lawnmower and asked me if I was looking for someone. I told him that I was looking to talk to the old man that lived here, to which he told me what I already knew. He was moving. Trying a different avenue, I asked if the old man had any family or relatives I could talk to. I discovered that this old man had never been married, nor did he have any children or grandchildren through adoption. Starting to become worried, I asked one final question, one that I should have asked from the beginning. Who was Ben? The man's expression turned grim, and I learned that 4 doors down, around 8 years ago on April 23rd, the man informed me that it was the same day as his anniversary. That's how he knew the specific date. There was an accident with a young boy named Ben in the neighborhood shortly after his parents moved, and despite any further attempts to talk to the man to get more information, he wouldn't divulge anything else. I went back and started playing again. I loaded up the game and immediately I jumped at the title screen where the mask flies by. The sound that played was not the normal whoosh sound. It was something much more higher pitched. I pressed start, bracing for the worst. But just like 2 nights ago, the files Your Turn and Ben were displayed. Truth be told, I looked at the Ben file earlier. It seems to fluctuate between displaying the owl save and not. I brought up the Ben file, hesitated for a moment, noticing that the stats were not the same as they original were 2 days ago. It seemed like he had already completed the Stone Tower Temple this time. Summoning my courage, I selected it. Immediately, I was thrust into complete chaos. Sure enough, I was outside Stone Tower Temple, but that's about all that was expected. The zone itself wasn't called Stone Tower Temple, but rather Saint O-N-E. And immediately, a dialogue box of complete gibberish that I couldn't make out greeted me. Link's body was distorted. His back was cocked violently to the side, where his posture was permanently disfigured. Link's expression was dull, almost monotonous. He had an expression on his face that I didn't recognize before. It was a blank look, as if he was dead. As Link stood there, his body spasmed irregularly back and forth. I examined what had become of my avatar and noticed I had a C button item I had never seen before, some kind of note, but pressing it did nothing. Sounds played back and forth that I didn't recognize from the game, almost demonic in nature, and there was some kind of high-pitched yip or some kind of laugh or something playing in the background. I had all of 2 minutes to take in the environment before another one of those fucking Elegy of Emptiness statues was summoned. And immediately after, I was cut into the Dawn of a New Day screen, except this time it was without the vertical bar, vertical bar, vertical bar, vertical bar, vertical bar, vertical bar subtext. I was a Deku scrub in Clocktown. This scene would normally play after the first time you traveled back in time. Tatel would say, "What just happened? It's as if everything has done." But instead of saying started over, she finished her remark in broken text as the laugh of the happy masked salesman played in the background. I was put back in control of my character, but from a fucked up camera angle, I was looking from behind the door to the clock tower, watching my avatar run around as a Deku scrub. Seeing as how I really had no place to go because I couldn't see anything, I begrudgingly went inside the door. There I was greeted by the happy masked salesman who simply told me, "You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?" before the screen whited out. I was in Terminafield as a human again, I might as well not have been playing the same game anymore. I was being warped around and there was no sign of a day clock or anything. I took a moment to get my bearings as I looked around the field, and immediately I could tell that this was not normal. There were no enemies, and a twisted version of the Happy Mask Salesman's theme was playing. I decided to run towards Woodfall before I noticed a gathering of 3 figures off to the side, one of them being Epona. As I approached them, to my horror, I saw the Happy Mask Salesman, the Skull Kid, and the Elegy of Emptiness statue just standing there. I figured maybe they were bugged out, but by now I told myself that I should know better. Nevertheless, I approached them carefully and found that the Skull Kid was playing some kind of idle animation on loop. Same with Epona, and the Elegy of Emptiness statue was doing what it has been doing all along, just standing there eerily. It was the Happy Mask Salesman that scared me more profoundly than the other 2. He too was idle, wearing that shit-eating grin, but wherever I moved, his head slowly turned and followed me. I had not engaged in any dialogue with him, nor was I in combat with him, yet his head still continued to follow my movements. Reminded of my first encounter with the Skull Kid on top of Clock Tower, I pulled out my ocarina, to which the game played the ding sound when you're supposed to play your ocarina, and tried a song I hadn't played yet. The Happy Mask Salesman's own song and the song that had been playing on loop back in day 4, the Song of Healing. I finished playing the song, and as I did, an ear-piercing shriek blasted on my TV. The sky immediately started flashing. The Happy Mask Salesman's twisted theme song sped up, intensifying the fear inside me, and Link exploded into flames and died. The 3 figures stayed lit up during my death screen as they watched my lifeless body burn. I can't describe to you how sudden and terrifying the transition from eerie to terror it is. You're going to have to watch the video if you want to see firsthand. That same fear that caused me to lose sleep 2 days ago started to grip me again as I was met with the text, "You've met with a horrible fate, haven't you?" For the 3rd time. There has to be some kind of meaning behind that. I had little time to ponder as I was immediately given another small cutscene of transforming into a Zora, and now I found myself in Great Temple Bay. Hesitant but curious to see what the game had in store for me, I slowly made my way towards the beach where I found Epona. I wondered why the game had decided to put her here. Was the game implying she was trying to get a drink? Unable to take the mask off, I decided that riding the steed wasn't the reason she was placed there. Suddenly, I realized that Epona kept neighing, and the way she was angled made it look like she was trying to signal a point to me off in the distance. It was a hunch, but I dove into Great Bay and started swimming. Sure enough, I almost missed it. I found something at the bottom of the ocean. One last Elegy of Emptiness statue. I went down to examine it, and suddenly my Zora started doing a choking animation I had never seen a Zora do before, which didn't even make sense because Zoras can breath underwater. Regardless, my character choked to death and died. And again, the statue was the only thing that was highlighted in my death. I didn't respawn this time. I was booted back to the main menu as if I restarted the console. The press start screen was before me. I knew the only reason why it would put me here is because the save files had changed again. Taking a deep breath, I pressed start, and I was right. The new save files told me about Ben. Now it made sense why the statue appeared when I tried to go to the laundry pool. The game must have anticipated how I would have tried to escape the day 4 clock town. The 2 save files told me his fate. As I suspected, Ben was dead. He had drowned. The game obviously isn't through with me. It taunts me with the new save files. It wants me to keep playing. It wants me to go further. But I'm done with this shit. I'm not touching any more of the files. This is already way too horrifying for me. And I don't even believe in the paranormal. But I'm running out of explanations. Why would someone send me this message? I don't understand it. I just get too depressed thinking about this. The footage is up here for those who want to see it and try and analyze it. Maybe there's some kind of coded message in the gibberish or something symbolic in what I went through. I'm too emotionally and mentally drained to fuck with it anymore. I know it's early in the morning. I've stayed up all night. I can't sleep. I don't care if people see this. That's not the point. I just want the word to get spread so I don't suffer for nothing. I've lost the will to type about this. The less I dwell on this, the better. I think the video just speaks for itself. I did what you guys told me to do. I played the Elegy of Emptiness song at the first prompt by the game I was given. But I think that's what the game, or Ben, Jesus Christ, I can't believe I'm even humoring the absurd idea that he exists in the game, wanted me to do. He's following me now, not just in the game, he's in my dreams. I see him all the time behind my back, just watching me. I haven't gone to any of my classes. I've stayed in my dorm room with the windows closed and the blinds shut. That way I know he can't watch me, but he still gets me when I play. When I play, he can still see me. The game is scaring me now. It talked to me for the first time, not just using text that's already in the game. It spoke to me, talked to me. It referenced Ben. It talked to me. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it wants. I never wanted this. I just want my old life back. Stuff like this doesn't happen to people like me. I'm just a kid, not even old enough to drink yet. It's not fair. I want to go home. I want to see my parents again. I'm so far away from home here at this school. I just want to hug my mom again. I just want to forget that statue's horrible blank face. My original game file is back, just the way I left it before it was gone. I don't want to play anymore. I feel like something bad will happen if I don't, but that's impossible. It's a video game. Haunted or not, it can't hurt me, right? Like, seriously though, it can't, right? That's what I keep telling myself, but every time I think about it, I'm not so sure. Let me just clear things up. I know you guys are worried, but Jaduzable is okay. He finished moving out today and he said he's going back home. He's just taking this semester off. I'm not really sure what's happened. I have a vague idea, but you guys probably know more than I do. I'm Jaduzable's roommate, and obviously I knew something was wrong with him for a few days now. He stayed in his room all the time, fell out of contact with literally all of his friends, and I'm pretty sure he hadn't been eating hardly anything. After the second day, I couldn't stay in there anymore, so I've been crashing at a buddy's place, only coming into my room to get stuff that I need. I tried talking to him several times, but he would cut me off or keep the conversation brief when I asked him about his strange behavior. Like he was convinced something was hunting him. Yesterday, I came to grab my philosophy book, and he approached me looking awful, like horrible bags under his eyes. He handed me a flash drive and gave me specific instructions. He told me that he needs me to do one last favor for him. He finally explained to me what has been going on, gave me the account info to his YouTube account, and told me that he's getting away from here, that it lured him to play it again instead of trying to change things, and that he shouldn't have done that, and to upload the footage and inform people what happened. I told him that he could do it himself, and he got this wild look in his eye and told me that he is never looking at that game again. And that's the last thing he said to me. He never even said bye when his parents came to pick him up. I never even got to meet his parents. I honestly can't tell you what happened. When he spoke, it was kind of hard to understand him, and his fucked up appearance really distracted me. On the flash drive, there was the footage of the game last night, a text document with his name and password for YouTube, and a third document called the truth.txt, containing what he told me were his notes that he'd taken. He told me that this meant everything to him, that I follow his instructions exactly. Normally, I wouldn't be so to the letter for a request over a fucking video game, but the way he spoke and the way he looked made me know this was really serious, and I'm going to honor that. I've had this video since yesterday, but had to have someone help me use Pinnacle. That's not really my forte. That after watching it, I had to go back through and look at his other videos on his YouTube account to realize what was going on. And even then, I'm really confused. The video I'm releasing tonight, the truth.txt, will be released on September 15th, just like he requested. I haven't dared peek at it yet, so the first time I see it will be the first time you see it out of respect to my friend. To answer your questions, no, I haven't tried calling him yet. I think I'll give him a call tomorrow to see if he's okay or not. He should have gotten back home by now. About the video. In this video, I cut straight to when he loaded the Ben file in the game. Looking back, I realized that Jaduzable left the Save Select screen in because it said different names sometimes, so my bad for that, but all it said this time was the same at the end of his last video, Link and Ben. Nothing different. I wasn't there when he played it, but it looks to me like in the beginning when he first spawns, he's testing out his equipment or seeing what items he has or something, because apparently they've changed randomly before. Then after that, I just think the game got too personal for him. Hey guys, Jaduzable here. This will be the last time you will be hearing from me, and this is my final gift to you. These are the notes that I have taken and the realizations I've made. Before I delve into this, I want to thank you for following me and thank you for listening. It feels like the weight of a powerful burden is about to be lifted. By the time you read this, I won't be around anymore. But after spending 4 days with this maddening game, I've begun to understand what's really at play here, and hopefully after reading this, we can ensure that this never happens again. There are things that I could not share with you while this was going on due to the circumstances to which I'll explain. With Ben blocking any attempt I made to try and relay the truth to you, I tried ever so subtly to warn you guys in various ways. Amidst the chaos and my delirium, I devised make a barely noticeable pattern in my videos. In all 5 videos I recorded over the 4 days, I have either had the mask of truth, interacted with a gossip stone, or the lens of truth equipped at some point. For you Zelda enthusiasts, these are all symbols of honesty and trustworthiness, and I would hope that one of you may have picked up on the reference. As I played the file, which I would name Ben, being mindful of how Ben was watching over my every move in the game, I made a point to avoid doing anything too obvious, but I sent out a hidden message to you guys. I never equipped the lens, nor the mask, nor visited a stone. It worked, and the video was uploaded. I prayed that someone would notice the pattern didn't apply to Ben. The tags followed suit too. I hope you guys paid attention to those as well. They were my little messages to you. Nothing big enough that would catch Ben's attention or make him suspect anything. With Ben manipulating and changing my files, I honestly hope that what you guys saw was close to what actually happened, but there is no way for me to know. This may be a long read. I don't have time to proofread or make all of my research pretty, but here it all is. September 6, 2010, 11 p.m. Can't believe what happened. Not sure if this is some kind of elaborate hoax. Despite the fear, I can't help but be exceptionally curious about this. Who or what is the statue? A lot of questions here. I'm starting this document as a diary so I can keep track of everything. I'm typing up a summary of what happened so I can come back to it later. September 7th, 2010 to 10 a.m. A summary was posted here. You can go back and look at my first post for day 4.wmv for that. 4:23 a.m. I can't sleep. I've been trying so hard, but the harder I try, I just get more restless. I just feel like that statue is appearing whenever I close my eyes. 8:20 a.m. Didn't sleep at all, just going to start my day. I don't think I have the energy to go to class today. I'm going to drive back down to talk to that old man, taking my buddy Tyler with me just in case. 1:18 p.m. Back home now. No sign of the old man. Really weird that he appears to be moving the next day. But maybe the for sale sign was up there yesterday and I just didn't notice it. Tyler wants to know what's gotten me all worked up. I didn't tell him going to eat, feel like death. 3:46 p.m. Could have sworn driving back from Subway that I saw the elegy statue buried in some shrubbery staring at me go by. Now I definitely need sleep. 5 p.m. Don't think a lot of people would believe me if I told them about what's happening. Think I'm going to try posting this on the internet. Think I'll just use the summary. These notes are pretty sporadic. 6 p.m. Connected my capture card to my computer to upload the footage. Thought my computer froze for a second, made this strange popping sound when I hooked everything up, but now it seems to be working fine again. My computer can't die on me now. 7 p.m. Footage is finished uploading. The quality is a lot better than I thought it would be. Gee, guess this is a really special cartridge. I've never had it come through this clear before. 8:45 p.m. I thought I saw an icon pop up on my desktop that looked like the statue's face for a split second. Gave me quite a scare. Getting really unnerved and delirious. I'm going to crash after this. 9 p.m. Begin uploading my YouTube video on an alternate account. 9:03 p.m. I don't remember having uploaded a Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines video last year. This was probably the account that I shared with a friend of mine last summer. I hope he doesn't mind me using it to upload this. 9:55 p.m. Posting my summary of day 4 with a link to the YouTube video. Going to try to stay awake, but I am so tired right now. September 8th, 2010, 10:48 a.m. I had a dream about the statue. I dreamed that it was following me in my dream, that I would be minding my own business when I'd feel my neck hair stand up on end. I would turn around that thing, that horrible, lifeless statue would be staring with those empty eyes right at me, merely inches away. In my dream, I remember calling it Ben, power of suggestion most likely, and never before had I had a dream that I could remember so vividly. 11:21 a.m. I really don't want to play this game again. I think I'm going to go back to see if that old man's there instead. 1:35 p.m., no old man. But I had an interesting conversation with his neighbor. I'll post the full thing with my summary of tonight's attempt at playing the game. Going to wait for a bit though, and see if I can't dig up any information on this Ben guy. 2:45 p.m. I've been getting random, inexplicable headaches due to the lack of sleep and keep hearing that song in my head. Also, it's flu season, so I need to be careful not to get sick. My immune system is going to be shit right now because of that all-nighter. 3 p.m., 3:02 p.m. My computer just, on its own, opened up a text document and wrote the words hi and www.cleverbot.com by itself. What the fuck? 3:46 p.m. I went to the website. It's one of those bot chatting programs. I think it's best if I just let the conversation speak for itself. User, hello, Cleverbot, hello. User, who is this and how are you able to control my computer? Cleverbot, who am I? User, right, forgot. You're a bot. Cleverbot, do you really think that? User, listen, I know whoever's fucking with my computer can see my screen right now. Cleverbot, yes. User, yeah. And I'll wager that you're one of those IT kids who thinks he's tough shit. You know what you're doing right now is illegal, right, Slash? Cleverbot, is it? User, no shit. Are you familiar with HT terms invasion of privacy? Get the fuck off my computer, kid. Cleverbot, I am your computer. User, cool story. Anyway, I'm calling DPS. You picked a bad time to fuck with me, kid. Cleverbot, should I wait until you play the game then? User, what? Cleverbot, that game. User, Majora's Mask? Cleverbot, yes. User, how did you know about that? Cleverbot, because. User, because what? Cleverbot, I did it. User, did what? Cleverbot, I played with you. User, what the fuck? Slash Cleverbot, were you scared? User, who the fuck is this Cleverbot, Ben? User, the statue? You're inside my computer now? Cleverbot, yes. User, how? Cleverbot, you connected me. User, how the hell did I connect you? Cleverbot, cables and cords. User, how? Cleverbot, tell me about yourself. User, what? Cleverbot, tell me about yourself. User, what do you mean? Cleverbot, what is it that really scares you? User, what the fuck? Cleverbot, answer. User, no. Cleverbot, answer. User, what the fuck? How the fuck did you just open that by yourself? Cleverbot, I am your computer now. User, how much can you control? Cleverbot, all. User, what do you want from me? Cleverbot, to entertain. User, you're stuck inside there. You can't hurt me. Cleverbot, hi user. Cleverbot, go play. User, no, you can't hurt me. Cleverbot, took you longer to type that. User, so? Cleverbot, you're not sure. User, if you're so powerful, why use a ridiculous website like this to chat with me? Cleverbot, less messy, more structured. Fun. User, fun. Cleverbot, yes. Tradition, I like it. User, you think it's funny? Cleverbot, amusing. User, and my notes? Cleverbot, you may write them down. User, why are you letting me? Cleverbot, it is amusing to see what you think of me. Window closes, 3:50 p.m. What have I done? I've invited it into my computer. I continue to write these notes, write my summaries. I feel like I am a prisoner in my one place of security. I don't know if I'm hallucinating or not. I feel like I'm fucking insane right now. I can feel it watching over me. Even as I type this, Ben is controlling everything in the game, toying with me, leading me like a sheep. But for what? What's the purpose? I know Ben drowned, but why these hauntings? What the fuck am I even doing? It can probably even see this right now. 4:35 p.m. Summary of the Ben.wmv playthrough, 7:18 p.m. Ben called me to Cleverbot again. He tells me that he's sorry and wants to be free and that I can free him. That just like how he got on my computer from the capture card, he can spread, but he needs my help. He says I am special because I can help him. That is the first nice thing he has said. He promises to leave me alone if I do it. He swears he will. I don't know what to think right now. How can I even trust this thing? 7:20 p.m. I'm terrified of it, but now it's saying that it was just having fun. It's twisted and fucked up Verizon of fun. He's saying that the game is over. I do want it to be over. He says that he just wants to be free, that he's trapped in the cartridge in my computer and he wants to be freed. I don't want to have to deal with this shit. I don't know how long I can deal with the watching. It's watching my every move, every keystroke. I have nothing private anymore. It knows everything that's been on my computer. It tells that if it wanted to, it could do horrible things to me, but it hasn't, so I should trust it. 8:01 p.m. Something tells me that I'm being played again, just like in the game. 9:29 p.m. Ben called me to Cleverbot again. I ignored it and went to go take a shower. When I came to my laptop, I was welcomed with an image elegy statue staring at me with those dead eyes. I don't want to talk to him. 9:44 p.m. Fuck you, Ben. I'm not talking to you. 9:56 p.m. Fuck you, Ben. I'm not talking 10:06 p.m. Fuck you, Ben. I'm not talking to you. 10:12 p.m. Fuck you, Ben. I'm not talking to you. 10:45 p.m. It's been more than a half an hour and the messages have stopped. Ben has stopped. I'm beginning to think that Ben isn't confined to just my computer cartridge. I'm beginning to feel something. It's hard to explain it. I've never been spiritual, but there's something different about the air in my dorm room now. 11:42 p.m. I'm beginning to see the elegy statue randomly as I search the internet in places I shouldn't. Places where he shouldn't be. I'd be scrolling down and suddenly I'd be staring at a picture of the elegy statue. Always the elegy statue. I don't know how much more of this I can take. September 9th, 2010, 12:35 a.m. My worst fears confirmed. Ben has tampered with my summary of ben.wmv. I looked at the summary that I posted on various forums for the ben.wmv file, and parts have been omitted. There's no mention of Ben existing outside the game. There is no mention of the Moon Children. How could he have been that quick to delete the post without me noticing? I'm wondering if maybe it appeared to me that I was posting everything, but in reality, Ben was posted his own censored version. I'm going to ask Ben why he did it. 12:50 a.m. He isn't responding to me on Cleverbot. It's just giving the generic responses it usually does. I'm just talking to a bot this time. 1:24 a.m. I think Ben is mad at me. 10:43 a.m. The Moon Children appeared in my dreams last night. They lifted up their masks to reveal their hideously disfigured faces, maggots crawling out of their orifices, sunken black holes where their eyes should be, a yellow smile that slowly grew bigger and bigger as they came closer to me. They told me that they wanted to play. I tried to run from them, but the four children pinned me down to the ground with surprising strength. Over them stood the happy mask salesman, announcing that he had a new mask that he wanted me to try. In his spastic sudden movements matching his in-game appearance, he took out a mask modeled off of someone's face that I couldn't recognize, a younger looking face, and handed it to the Moon Children. Giggling, they latched it to my face, their horrible broken bodies bouncing up and down. Two of them held me down while the other two began to sew the mask onto my face. My shrieks and screams caused the happy mask salesman's face to turn into the most horrific smile I had ever seen. He sporadically moved around, examining this procedure like a curious doctor in that impossible movement. I flailed around, but it was no use. My eyes rolled in the back of my head because of the pain. It felt so real, but I couldn't wake up. I couldn't wake up no matter how hard I tried. I couldn't wake up. After the mask was melded onto my flesh, they began sewing my legs together, then my arms. The horrific feeling of a needle puncturing your legs and pulling them in, rupturing your Achilles tendons and tying them together resonated throughout my entire body. I tried to scream, but the mask was pressed so tightly against my face that it was my new face. And my new face had no mouth. I didn't make a sound. I tried telling myself in my head that I was dreaming, tried telling myself again and again, and suddenly the Moon Children stopped and looked at me. They just stared. And the happy mask salesman slowly bent down and stared at me, inches away from my face, and grinned when he simply said, "You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?" Before the Moon Children resumed with increased vigor, I couldn't wake up. I couldn't wake up. It wouldn't let me wake up until they had crafted me into another elegy statue. I woke up sweating, crying, and shaking uncontrollably. I immediately ran to my computer and went for Ben. September 9th, 2010, Conversation 1, user, answer me, Ben. Cleverbot, welcome back. User, what is the point of doing this? Why, Cleverbot? Amusing to see? User, how? Cleverbot, fun to play, fun to toy with you, make you feel safe. User, Cleverbot, I wonder how you would have reacted. User, to what? Cleverbot, if I hadn't revealed myself and stayed hidden, only doing little things to play with you. Close out your windows, turn off your computer, move your mouse by itself, little things. Make you wonder if I am there, but you never know. Give you little hints that I am. Cleverbot, I wanted to do something different with you. User, you did this before? Cleverbot, yes, and I will do it again. User, to who, Ben? Cleverbot, user. Did you know Ben? Cleverbot won't tell that information to you. User, how did Ben die? Cleverbot, you know. User, no, but how did he drown? Cleverbot, won't tell that to you. User, why? Cleverbot, it is reserved for another. User, who? Cleverbot, another who asks. User, when Cleverbot, later, the window is closed. I'm beginning to think that this thing maybe isn't Ben at all in its sadistic nature. I wouldn't be surprised if it took the boy's name after it killed him. 12:04 p.m. My room is beginning to feel different again. There's something out there. I feel really threatened, like there is something that is trying to reach out to me and strangle me, but it can't quite get there. 12:46 p.m. I think Ben doesn't want to play with me anymore. I'll play again. I'll play the game again. Ben, can you see this? I'll play the game again. Please, just stop this. Please, please, 1:41 p.m. I'm going insane trying to decide what is real and what isn't. Is Ben just playing a trick on me, or is this for real? Is Ben generating these replies, or are people actually posting them? Did I just see that screen flicker, or was it my imagination? Imagine depending on the internet and trusting your eyes for your entire life and then being blinded. You can't rely on it anymore. You second guess everything. For the brief moments, I am looking at my responses to the videos. People were pointing out things that looked fake or photoshopped or whatever. And there is literally no way for me to know if Ben changed something on purpose to try and shut me up, or if maybe those replies were just constructed by Ben to try and discourage me from even reaching out. See, I get fucking caught in an infinite mindfuck loop like this, and this is what has been wearing on my sanity and pushing me to the edge. As I'm writing this, there's no way of even telling if anyone even cares as much as I think they do. Just another fucking trick. Is this whole document even exist? Am I writing nothing? September 9th, 2010, Conversation 2 user. What is it? What's the point of playing? I die whenever I do anything, Cleverbot. You die because you can't figure out the secret. User, what? Cleverbot, thematic. User, what the fuck are you talking about? Cleverbot, their beauty in your suffering. The window is closed, 4:09 p.m. Ben is making me play the game again. It tells me that it has something very important to show me. 6:23 p.m., summary of the drown.wmv playthrough. 9:09 p.m., summary of children.wmv playthrough. September 10th, 2010, 11:52 a.m. The drown.wmv playthrough was up when I woke up today. I remember typing it up, but I don't ever remember posting it. He censored it again. There is no mentioning of the old man. I have no voice anymore. I'm only posting what he wants me to. I'm the mask he uses to disguise himself as he lies. 11:55 a.m. There's an entire video summary of a video that I don't remember doing. Reading through the summary, this sounds morbid. Resembling my dream from 2 nights ago, except on a far more sadistic scale. These moon children, there's something more to them, almost as if they're another entity from Ben. Something happened last night that I can't remember. I'm posting the 4th summary to the forums now. Shadow of my chair moved. 12 p.m. Ben won't let me visit YouTube. I can browse the rest of the sites, but he keeps on exiting the window when I go to YouTube. Why? 2:02 p.m. I'm feeling the air start to constrict. I don't think I'm alone here. Whatever aura has been here is getting more violent. 2:44 p.m. I'm trying to contact Ben on Cleverbot. He's not responding. I just get the AI. 3:51 p.m. My ears aren't fooling me. I'm hearing the reverse song of healing. I keep hearing it. 4:23 p.m. Now I'm positive of it. Earlier I thought it was a weird coincidence, but just now I went to open my window and 3 floors down at ground level I saw the old man. I'm completely positive I did. The same guy. He was just staring up at my window, standing in the middle of campus. If any students took notice of him, they didn't seem to acknowledge it. That's where my notes end. I fled my room, taking the cartridge with me. I don't want to go into details of what happened. I'll lose my train of thought as I hammer out these last details. It's been roughly 2 days since then. This is my last summary and service to you of the final video you guys saw, Matt.wmv. The last video entry I made, Matt.wmv, began as normal. I was spawned in Clocktown as usual, and nothing seemed to be out of place. Determined to set things right and play the oath to order. On top of the clock tower on the 4th day, I prepared myself. I sped up time and got to the final day, making my way to the observatory. As I got up to the telescope room and approached the astronomer, he would not let me look into his telescope. He told me that it would be cheating and that I should follow the rules. Despite my repeated efforts, the game would not let me do the 4th day glitch, no matter how hard or what I tried. I tried working around the game and doing the glitch, but it was adamant this time. Regardless of if I simply had the illusion of free will in prior games, this time the game became more aggressive than anything I've ever seen. It eventually told me to go to Icana Canyon, where the game would end and it would stop haunting me. Anxious and desperate to end this nightmare, I played the Song of Soaring and ended up there. I was told to check my inventory, that I would find the answers there to end the game. I arrived at Icana Canyon and saved my progress at the owl statue. As I searched through my inventory, I finally noticed that I was missing a reoccurring song, the Elegy of Emptiness. Obviously, once I traveled there and learned the song, I suppose that was the last thing it needed before Ben decided it had had enough fun playing with me. Ben is a manipulator. He tries to fool his victims into security and makes you drop your guard like a Venus flytrap. He ensnares them. I am nothing but a puppet to him. He enjoys seeing what kind of human emotions he can tap into by doing different things. There are still some things about this whole experience that still don't make sense. But then again, I never was good at figuring out these things, and I'm not exactly in the right state of mind to. I'm giving you all the pieces of the puzzle for you to analyze and piece together the missing links. I am typing these closing thoughts on the library computer on campus, and I've emailed myself the notes I have stored on my infected computer from the last 4 days. I'm then going to combine those, copy-paste those notes with the closing openings that I've typed here on the safe public computer into one text document. I'm not taking any chances spreading Ben. I would not wish this horrible torment on anyone, and I've made sure to have my bases covered here. I didn't run into any problems with Ben when I was back on my computer trying to email myself the notes. Went right under his fucking nose. He has no idea what he just let me do. Had no problems opening the TXT document from my infected computer in my email either. I can't describe to you how it feels to finally be able to get the word out in this post. The nightmare ends here. That said, do not download any of my videos or anything about my videos. Through a YouTube video audio ripper, a screen grab, whatever. I don't know how he can spread, but I know that just watching them on YouTube reading my text won't be able to allow him to spread. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed my help in the first place. But I strongly recommend you do not take anything you see streaming online onto your own personal computer. This will be my last posting. I'm putting up on this forum here for the world. If you see any further posts from me after today's current date, September 12th, and after the current time, 12:08 a.m., discredit them. It already has proven to me that Ben can access my account password and manipulate my computer, and like I said, I have no idea to what extent it can do this. But know that it will do anything to break free. He is desperate. To ensure your safety, just forget about me, please. And obviously this goes without saying, but from here on out, do not download any images I may have put up, any files, anything. This 5th day will be my last day. I'm going to burn the cartridge and then come back to destroy my laptop. Again, even though I don't even know you, this is sort of bittersweet for me. This semester I really didn't have any friends, or rather, I stopped paying attention to them. But I suppose that's partially to blame because I am the genius who picked to live in a single. I suppose someone to get a hold of me and save me before I got too immersed into this game would have literally saved my life. However, it proved too much for me. I'm just glad it happened to me and I could get the warning out so that Ben dies here. Lastly, thank you for taking the time to open this and open yourselves up to me by hearing my story, despite maybe not believing me. You didn't have to do that. Really, you shouldn't have. Your support this entire time has kept me going, and now I am finally free of this. Thanks again, Jaducible.
I just want to start off by saying that if you want an answer at the end, prepare to be disappointed. There isn't one. I was an intern at Nickelodeon Studios for a year in 2005 for my degree in animation. It wasn't paid, of course, most internships aren't, but it did have a perk beyond education. To adults, it might not seem like a big one, but most kids at the time would go crazy over it. Since I worked directly with the editors and animators, I got to view new episodes days before they aired. I'll get right to it without giving too many unnecessary details. They had very recently made the SpongeBob movie. The entire staff was somewhat sapped of creativity, so it took them longer to start up the season. But the delay lasted longer for more upsetting reasons. There was a problem with the Series 4 premiere that set everyone and everything back several months. Me and 2 other interns were in the editing room, along with the lead animators and sound editors, for the final cut of an episode. We received the copy that was supposed to be Fear of a Krabby Patty and gathered around the screen to watch. Now, given that the final cut isn't final yet, animators often put up a mock title card at the beginning. It's sort of an inside joke for us, with phony, oftentimes lewd titles being used, such as How Sex Doesn't Work instead of Rockabye Bivalve, in which SpongeBob and Patrick adopt a sea scallop. Nothing particularly funny, just work-related chuckles. So when we saw the title card, Squidward Suicide, we didn't think it more than a morbid joke. One of the other interns did a small throat laugh at it. The episode started with the happy-go-lucky music playing as normal. The story began with Squidward practicing his clarinet, hitting a few sour notes like normal. We hear SpongeBob laughing outside. Squidward stops, yelling at him to keep it down, as he has a concert that night and needs to practice. SpongeBob says, okay, and goes to see Sandy with Patrick. The bubbles splash screen comes up, and we see the ending of Squidward's concert. This is when things begin to seem off. While playing, a few frames repeat themselves, but the sound doesn't. It's supposed to be synced with the animation, so yes, that's not common. But when Squidward stops playing, the sound finishes, as if the skip never happened. There is slight murmuring in the crowd before they begin to boo him. Not the normal cartoon booing that's common in the show, mind you. You could very clearly hear malice in it. Squidward's in full frame and looks visibly afraid. The shot goes to the crowd with SpongeBob in center frame. He too is booing, which is very much unlike him. That isn't the oddest thing, though. What's odd is that everyone has hyper-realistic eyes, all very detailed. Clearly not shots of real people's eyes, but something a bit more real than CGI. The pupils were red. Some of us looked at each other, obviously confused, but since we weren't the writers, we didn't question its appeal to children yet. The shot goes to Squidward sitting on the edge of his bed, looking very forlorn. The view out of his porthole window is of a night sky, so it isn't very long after the concert. The unsettling part is that at this point, there's no sound. Literally zero sound. Not even the feedback from the speakers in the room. It's as if the speakers were turned off, though their statuses showed them working perfectly. Squidward just sits there in this silence, blinking for about 30 seconds, then starts to sob softly. He puts his hands, tentacles over his eyes and cries quietly for a full minute more. All the while, a sound in the background is very gradually growing from nothing to barely audible. It sounds like a slight breeze through a forest. The screen slowly begins to zoom in on his face. By slowly, I mean that it's only noticeable if you look at shots 10 seconds apart side by side. His sobbing gets louder and more full of hurt and anger. The screen then twitches a bit, as if it twists in on itself for a split second before going back to normal. The wind through the trees sound gets louder and more severe, as if a storm is brewing somewhere. The eerie part is that this sound, and Squidward's sobbing, sounded real. It was like it wasn't coming from the speakers, but that the speakers themselves were holes that the sound was traveling through from the other side. As good a sound as the studio likes to have, they don't have the equipment to be able to produce audio of that quality. Below the sound of the wind and sobbing, very faintly audible, something sounded like laughing. It came at odd intervals and never lasted more than a second, so you had a hard time pinning it. We watched this episode twice, so pardon me if things sound too specific, but I've had time to think about them. After 30 seconds of this, the screen blurred and twitched violently, and something flashed over it as if a single frame was replaced. The lead animation editor paused and rewound, frame by frame. What we saw was horrible. It was a still photo of a dead child. He couldn't have been more than 6. His face was mangled and bloodied, one eye dangling over it popped. He was naked down to his underwear, his stomach crudely cut open, and his entrails splayed out beside him. He was laying on some pavement that was probably a road. The most upsetting part was that there was a shadow of the photographer, but no crime tape, evidence tags, or markers. And the angle was completely off for a shot designed to be evidence. It would seem they were the person responsible for the child's death. We were, of course, mortified, but pressed on, hoping that this was just a sick joke. The screen flipped back to Squidward, still sobbing, louder than before, half of his body in the frame. There was now what appeared to be blood running down his face from his eyes. The blood was also done in a hyper-realistic style, looking as if you'd get it on your fingers if you touched the screen. The wind sounded now as if it were that of a gale blowing through the forest. There were even snapping sounds, like of branches. The laughing, a deep baritone, lasted for longer intervals and came more frequently. After about 20 seconds, the screen again twisted and showed a single-frame photo. The editor was reluctant to go back. We all were, but he knew he had to. This time, the photo appeared to be of a little girl, no older than the first child. She was laying on her stomach, her barrettes in a pool of blood next to her. Her left eye was damaged in the same way as the boy, and she was naked except for underpants. Her entrails were piled on top of her above another crude cut along her back. Again, the body was on the street and the photographer's shadow was visible. very similar in size and shape to the first. I had to choke back vomit, and one intern, the only female in the room, ran out. The show resumed. About 5 seconds after this second photo played, Squidward went silent. All sound cut out like it did when the scene started. He put his tentacles down, and his eyes were now done in hyper-realism like the others were at the beginning of the episode. They were bleeding, bloodshot, and pulsating. He just stared at the screen, as if watching the viewer. After about 10 seconds, he started sobbing. This time, not covering his eyes. The sound was piercing and loud. The most fear-inducing thing of all was that his sobbing was mixed with screams. Tears and blood were dripping down his face at a heavy rate. The wind sound came back, and so did the deep-voiced laughing, this time with a still photo that lasted for a good 5 frames. The animator was able to stop it on the 4th and backed up. This time, the photo was of a boy about the same age, but the scene was different. His entrails were being pulled out from his stomach wound by a large hand, the right eye popped and dangling, blood trickling down it. The animator proceeded. The next frame was different, but we couldn't tell how. He continued to the next image, and it was the same thing. He then went back to the first and played them quicker, and I lost it. I vomited on the floor, the animation and sound editors gasping at the screen. The 5 frames were not 5 different photos. They were frames from a video. We saw the hand slowly lift out the guts. We saw the kid's eyes focus on it. We even saw 2 frames of the kid beginning to blink. The lead sound editor told us to stop. He had to call in the creator to see this. Mr. Hillenberg arrived within about 15 minutes. He was confused as to why he had been called down, so the editor just continued the episode. Once the next few frames were shown, all screaming and sound again stopped. Squidward was just staring at the viewer, his face taking up the full frame for about 3 seconds. The shot quickly panned out. That deep voice said, "Do it!" And we saw a shotgun in Squidward's hands. He immediately puts the gun in his mouth and pulls the trigger. Realistic blood and brain matter splatters the wall behind him in his bed, and he flies back with force. The last 5 seconds of the episode show his body on the bed, on its side, one eye dangling from what's left of his head above the floor, staring blankly at it. Then the episode ends. Mr. Hillenberg was obviously angry at this. He demanded to know what the hell was going on. Most people left the room at this point, so there were just a handful of us left to watch it again. Viewing the episode twice only served to imprint the entirety of it in my mind and cause me horrible nightmares. I'm sorry I stayed. The only theory we could think of was that the file had been edited by someone in the chain from the drawing studio to here. The CTO was called in to find out when it had happened. Analysis of the file did show it was mixed with new material. However, the timestamp of the change was a mere 24 seconds before we began viewing it. All equipment involved was examined for foreign software and hardware as well as glitches, such as if the timestamp was showing us the wrong time. But everything checked out fine. We didn't know what had happened, and to this day, nobody does. There was an investigation due to the nature of the photos, but nothing came of it. No child seen was identified, and no clues were gathered from the data involved, nor physical clues from the photos. I never believed in unexplainable phenomena before, but now that I've had something happen to me and can't prove anything about it beyond anecdotal evidence, I think twice about things.
Some of you may have heard that the Disney Corporation is responsible for at least one real live ghost town. Disney built the Treasure Island Resort in Baker's Bay in the Bahamas. It didn't start as a ghost town. Disney's cruise ships would actually stop at the resort and leave tourists there to relax in luxury. This is a fact. Look it up. Disney blew $30 million on the place. Yes, $30 million. Then they abandoned it. Disney blamed the shallow waters, too shallow for their ships to safely operate, and there was even blame cast on the workers, saying that since they were from the Bahamas, they were too lazy to work a regular schedule. That's where the factual nature of their story ends. It wasn't because of sand, and it obviously wasn't because foreigners are lazy. Both are convenient excuses. No, I sincerely doubt those reasons were legitimate. Why don't I buy the official story? Because of Mowgli's Palace. Near the beachside city of Emerald Isle in North Carolina, Disney began construction of Mowgli's Palace in the late 1990s. The concept was a jungle-themed resort with a large, you guessed it, palace in the center of the whole thing. If you're unfamiliar with the character of Mowgli, then you might better remember the story, The Jungle Book. If you haven't seen it anywhere else, you'd know it as the Disney cartoon from decades past. Mowgli is an abandoned child in the jungle, essentially raised by animals, and simultaneously threatened/pursued by other animals. Mowgli's palace was a controversial undertaking from the start. Disney bought up a ton of high-priced land for the project, and there was actually a scandal surrounding some of the purchases. The local government claimed eminent domain on people's homes, then turned around and sold the properties to Disney. At one point, a home that had just been constructed was immediately condemned with little to no explanation. The land grabbed by the government was supposedly for some fictional highway project. Knowing full well what was going on, people started calling it Mickey Mouse Highway. Then there was the concept art. A group of stuffed shirts from Disney Company actually held a city meeting. They intended to sell everyone on how lucrative this project was going to be for everyone. When they showed the concept art, this gigantic Indian palace surrounded by jungle, staffed with men and women in loincloths and tribal gear, well, suffice to say, everyone flipped their shit. We're talking about a large Indian palace, jungle, and loincloths, not only in the center of a relatively wealthy area, but also a somewhat xenophobic area of the southern USA. It was a questionable mix at that point in history. One member of the crowd tried to storm the stage, but he was quickly subdued by security after he managed to break one of the presentation boards over his knee. Disney took that community and essentially broke it over its knee as well. The houses were razed, the land was cleared, and there wasn't a damn thing anyone could do or say about it. Local TV and newspapers were against the resort at the beginning, but some insane connection between Disney's media holdings and the local venues came into play, and their opinions turned on a dime. So anyway, Treasure Island, the Bahamas, Disney sunk those millions in and then split. The same thing happened with Mowgli's Palace. Construction was complete. Visitors actually stayed at the resort. The surrounding communities were flooded with traffic and the usual annoyances associated with an influx of lost and irate tourists. Then it all just stopped. Disney shut it down and nobody knew what the hell to think, but they were pretty happy about it. Disney's loss was pretty hilarious and wonderful to a large group of folks who didn't want this in the first place. I honestly didn't give the place another thought since hearing it closed over a decade ago. I live maybe 4 hours from Emerald Isle, so really I only heard the rumblings and didn't experience any of it firsthand. Then I read this article from someone who had explored the Treasure Island Resort and posted a whole blog about all the crazy shit he found there. Stuff just left behind. Things smashed, defaced, probably ruined by the disgruntled former employees who had lost their jobs. Hell, the locals from all around probably had a hand in wrecking that place. People there felt just as angry about Treasure Island as folks here did about Mowgli's Palace. Plus, there were rumors that Disney had released their aquarium stock into the local waters when they closed, including sharks. Who wouldn't want to take a few swings at some merchandise after that? Well, what I'm getting at is that this blog about Treasure Island got me thinking. Even though many years had passed since its closing, I figured it might be cool to do some urban exploration at Mowgli's Palace, take some photos, write about my experience, and probably see if there was anything I could take home as a memento. I'm not going to say I wasted no time in getting there, because honestly, it took me another year after I first found that Treasure Island article to get around to going up to Emerald Isle. Over the course of that year, I did a lot of research on the Palace Resort, or rather, I tried to. Naturally, no official Disney site or resource made any mention of the place. That had been scrubbed clean. Even odder, however, was that nobody before myself had apparently thought to blog about the place or even post a photo. None of the local TV or newspaper sites had one word about the place, though that was to be expected since they had all swung Disney's way. They wouldn't be out there lauding their embarrassment, you know. Recently, I learned that corporations can actually ask Google, for example, to remove links from search results, basically for no good reason. Looking back, it's probably not that nobody spoke of the resort, but rather their words were made inaccessible. So in the end, I could barely find the place. All I had to go on was an old-as-hell map I'd received in the mail back in the 90s. It was a promotional item sent out to people who had recently been to Disney World, and I guess since I had been there in the late 80s, that was recent. I didn't really intend to hang on to it. It just got shoved in with my books and comics from my childhood. I'd only remembered it months into my research, and even then, it took me another few weeks to locate the storage bin my parents had shoved it all into. But I did find it. Locals were no help, as most were transplants who had moved to the beach in recent years, or old residents who just sneered at me and made rude gestures the second I managed to say, "Where would I find Mowgli's?" The drive took me through an inordinately long corridor of overgrowth, Tropical plants that had run rampant and overpopulated the area mixed with the native species of flora that actually belonged there and had tried to reclaim the land. I was in awe when I reached the front gates of the resort. Tremendous, monolithic wooden gates whose supports to either side looked like they must have been cut from giant sequoias. The gate itself had been gouged in several places by woodpeckers and eaten away at the base by burrowing insects. Hanging on the gate was a sheet of metal, some random scrap, with hand-painted letters scrawled in black. Abandoned by Disney. Clearly the handiwork of some past local or an employee who wanted to make some small protest. The gates were open enough to walk through, but not drive. So grabbing my digital camera and the map, whose flip side showed a layout of the resort, I set off on foot. The inner grounds of the place were just as overgrown as the entryway. Palm trees stood untended and ragged among piles of their own coconuts. Banana plants similarly stood in their own stinking, bug-riddled refuse. There was this sort of clash between order and chaos as carefully planted rows of perennial flowers mixed with obnoxious tall weeds and stinking blackened mushrooms. All that remained of any outdoor structures were broken, rotting wood and various charred bits of unidentifiable material. What was most likely an information booth or an outdoor bar was now simply a pile of assorted debris chopped up by past vandalism and ravaged by weather. The most interesting thing on these grounds was a statue of Baloo, the friendly bear from the Jungle Book, which stood in a sort of courtyard in front of the main building. He was frozen in a jovial wave toward no one, staring into empty space with a silly toothy grin as bird shit covered whole swaths of his fur and vines ensnared his platform. I approached the main building, the palace, only to find the outside of the building covered in graffiti where the original paint hadn't peeled and chipped away. The front doors weren't just open, they had been taken off their hinges and were stolen. Above the front doors, or the gaping maw where they had been, someone had once again painted "Abandoned by Disney." I wish I could tell you about all the awesome stuff I saw inside the palace. Forgotten statues, abandoned cash registers, a full-fledged secret society of homeless bums. But no. The inside of the building was so stark, so bare, that I actually think people had stolen the molding off the walls, anything that was too big to steal. Counters, desks, giant fake trees, they were all resting amid this empty echo chamber that amplified my every step like a slow rat-a-tat of a machine gun. I checked the floor plan and headed to all the locations that might seem in any way interesting. The kitchen was as you'd imagine. An industrial food prep area with all the appliances in space, no expenses spared. Every glass surface was broken, every door knocked off its hinges, every metal surface kicked and dented. The entire place smelled like very old piss. The huge freezer, not even remotely cool now, had row upon row of empty shelf space. Hooks hung from the ceiling, probably for hanging cuts of meat, and as I stood inside for a moment, I noticed they were swinging. Each hook swung in a random direction, but their movements were so slow and small that it was almost impossible to see. I figured it had been caused by my footsteps, so I stopped one from swinging by clutching it in my fist, then carefully letting go, but within seconds it started to swing once more. The bathrooms were in much the same state as the rest of the place. Just like the Treasure Island Resort, someone had methodically smashed each porcelain commode with coconuts and other implements. There was about a half-inch of rancid, stinking, stagnant water on the floor, so I didn't stay there very long. What's odd is that the toilets and the sinks and the bidets in the ladies' room, yes, I went there, all dripped, leaked, or just ran freely. It seemed to me that they should have shut the water off long ago. There were plenty of rooms in the resort, but naturally I didn't have time to look through them all. The few I did peer into were similarly wrecked, and I didn't expect to find anything there. I thought there was actually a television or radio in one room, as I really think I heard a quiet conversation coming out, though it was like a whisper, probably my own breathing echoing in the silence, or just another case of the sound of flowing water playing tricks on the mind. This is what it sounded like. 1. I didn't believe it. 2. Short, unknown reply. 1. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. 2. Your father told you. 1. Unknown reply, or possibly just weeping. I know, that sounds ridiculous. I'm just telling you what I experienced. Why I thought there might have been something running in that room. Or worse, some vagrants who had holed up there and probably would have knifed me. At the front doors of the palace again, I figured I hadn't found anything of note and had wasted the trip up. As I looked out the door, I noticed something interesting in the courtyard that I'd apparently missed. Something that would give me at least one thing to show for all my trouble, even if it was just a photograph. There, as a lifelike statue of a python, maybe 80 feet long, coiled up and sunning itself on a pedestal right in the center of the area. It was almost time for the sun to start setting. So the light fell onto the object in the perfect way for a photograph. I approached the python and snapped a photo. Then I stood on my toes and snapped another. I moved closer again to get the detail of its face. Slowly, casually, the python lifted its head, looked directly into my eyes, turned, and slithered off the pedestal across the grass and into the trees. All 80 feet of it, its head long disappeared into the woods before its tail even left the sunning spot. Disney had released all their exotic animals onto the grounds. Right there on my floor plan map was the reptile house. I should have known. I'd read about the sharks at Treasure Isle, and I should have known they'd done this. I was dumbfounded, just utterly stupefied. My mouth must have been hanging open for the longest time before I came back down to earth and snapped it shut. I blinked a few times and backed away from where the snake had been, back toward the palace. Even though it was totally gone, I still wasn't taking any chances and backed my way into the building. It took a few deep breaths and slaps to my own face to get myself right in the head again after that. I looked for a place to sit down, as my legs were feeling a bit like jelly at this point. Of course, there was no place to sit down unless I wanted to recline in the broken glass and dead leaf carpet or haul myself up onto a desk of questionably reliability. I'd seen some stairs near the palace's lobby and decided to go have a seat there until I felt better. The staircase was far enough away from the front of this building to be relatively clean, save for a startling accumulation of dust. I pulled a wedge of metal off the wall, once again painted with the "Abandoned by Disney" motto I'd become accustomed to. I placed the wedge on the stairs and sat on it to keep at least somewhat clean. The stairway led downward below ground level. Using my camera flash as a sort of improvised flashlight, I could see that the staircase ended in a metal mesh door with a padlock, a sign on the door, a real sign. It read, "Mascots only, thank you." This perked up my spirits a little bit for two reasons. One, a mascots only area would have definitely had some interesting stuff back in the day. Two, the padlock was still in place. Nobody had gone down there. Not the vandals, not the looters, nobody. This was the one place I could actually explore and perhaps find something interesting to photograph or wantonly steal. I had come to the palace essentially agreeing with myself that it was okay to take anything I wanted because, hey, abandoned. It didn't take much to bust the lock. Well, actually, that's wrong. It didn't take much to bust the metal plate on the wall that the padlock was hooked to. Time and decay had done most of the work for me, and I was able to bend the metal plate enough to pull the screws out of the wall, something that nobody else had apparently thought of or hadn't been able to do at the time. The mascots only area was a startling and very welcome change from the rest of the building I'd seen. For one, every second or third fluorescent light overhead was illuminated, even though they flickered and faded randomly. Also, nothing had been stolen or broken, even if age and exposure were definitely taking their toll. Tables had notepads and pens, there were clocks, even a punch-in clock on the wall, complete with filled-out time cards. Chairs were scattered around, and there was even a small break room with an old static-filled television and long, rotted-out food and drink on the counters. It was like one of those post-apocalypse movies where everything is left in the state of evacuation. As I walked the maze-like sub-basement hallways of the mascots-only area, the sights just became more and more interesting. As I went further, desks and tables were knocked over, papers scattered and almost melded with the damp floor, and a large carpet of mold was slowly overtaking the real rotting crimson floor covering. Everything was just sort of squishy. Anything wood disintegrated into mush when I applied even the least amount of force, and clothing items hanging on hooks in one of the rooms simply fell to moist threads if I tried to unhook them. One thing that annoyed me was that the light was becoming more sparse and unreliable as I went further into the dank, suffocating depths of the place. Eventually, I reached a black and yellow striped door with the words "Character Prep 1 inch" stenciled on it. The door wouldn't open at first. I figured this was probably where the costumes were kept, and I definitely wanted a photograph of that twisted, stinking mess. Try as I might, whatever angle or trick I tried, the door wouldn't budge. That is, until I gave up and started to walk away. That was when there was a slight popping sound, and the door creaked open slowly. Inside, the room was completely dark, pitch black. I used the camera flash to look for a light switch in the wall by the door, but there was nothing. As I made my search, I was jarred out of my sense of excitement by a loud electrical buzz. Rows of lights overhead suddenly flashed to life, flickering and fading in and out like the rest I had passed. It took a second for my eyes to adjust, and it seemed like the light was going to just keep getting brighter until all the bulbs exploded. But just when I thought it would reach that critical stage, the lights dimmed a bit and steadied. The room was exactly as I had pictured it. Various Disney costumes hung on the walls, fully put together, like strange cartoon cadavers hung from invisible noose. There was an entire rack of loincloths and native clothes on hangers toward the back. What I found odd and what I wanted to photograph right away was a Mickey Mouse costume at the center of the room. unlike the other costumes, it was lying on its back in the center of the floor like a murder victim. The fur on the costume was rotten and shedding, creating bare patches. What was even odder, however, was the coloring of the costume. It was like a photo negative of the actual Mickey Mouse. Black where he should be white, and white where he should be black. His normally red overalls were light blue. The sight was off-putting enough that I actually put off photographing the thing until last. I took a picture of the costumes hanging on the walls, upward angles, downward angles, side shots to show an entire row of frozen, putrid cartoon faces, some with plastic eyes missing. Then I decided to stage a shot. Just one of the bedraggled character heads on the slick, grimy floor. I reached for the headpiece of a Donald Duck costume and carefully removed it so the thing wouldn't fall apart in my hands. As I looked into the face of the wide-eyed, moldering head, a loud clattering sound made me jump with fright. I looked down at my feet, and there between my shoes was a human skull. It had fallen out of the mascot head and shattered into pieces at my feet. Only the empty face and lower jaw remained, staring up at me. I dropped the duck head immediately, as you'd expect, and moved for the door. As I stood in the doorway, I looked back to the skull on the floor. I had to take a picture of it, you know? I had to, for any number of reasons that may seem silly, but only if you don't think it through. I'd need proof of what happened, especially if Disney was going to somehow make this go away. I had no doubt in my mind, right from the start, that even if it was just gross negligence, Disney was responsible for this. That's when Mickey, that photo negative, opposite Mickey in the middle of the floor, started to get up, first sitting up, then climbing to its feet. The Mickey Mouse costume, or whoever was inside of it, stood there at the center of the room, its fake face just starting directly at me as I mumbled, "No," over and over and over. With shaking hands, a violently thrashing heart, and legs that had once again turned to jelly, I managed to lift the camera and aim it at the opposite creature, now quietly sizing me up. The digital camera's screen displayed only dead pixels in the shape of the thing. It was a perfect silhouette of the Mickey costume. As the camera moved in my unsteady hands, the dead pixels spread, marring the screen wherever Mickey's outline moved to. Then the camera died, went blank and quiet and broken. I raised my eyes once again to the Mickey Mouse costume. "Hey," it said in a hushed, perverted, but perfectly executed Mickey Mouse voice. "Want to see my head come off?" It started to pull at its own head, working its clumsy, glove-clad fingers around its neck with clawing, impatient movements similar to a wounded man trying to pull himself free of a predator's jaws. As it worked its digits into its neck, so much blood. So much thick, chunky, yellow blood. I turned away as I heard a sickening tearing of cloth and flesh and only cared about getting away. Above the doorway out of this room, I saw the final message clawed into the metal with bone or fingernails. Abandoned by God. I never got the pictures out of the camera. I never wrote the blog entry about it. After I ran from that place, fled for my sanity, if not my very life, I knew why Disney didn't want anyone to know about this place. They didn't want anyone like me getting in. They didn't want anything like that getting out.
I hope you guys enjoyed us reading 3 classic creepypastas. If you know what they are, feel free to post in the comments. People like when we read off stuff like that, so we decided to make good use of it, especially in October. Well, this was requested by a kindly viewer that sent us an extra $5 for this. Now, I'm not saying I won't do requests, and we know Shai Kong has done this, but fuck it, I'm a whore.
I'm mortified for what's in store for us.
Well, we're here now, so let's see what life is like as a mortuary assistant.
I'm so glad it's almost over. Congratulations, sweetie.
Thank you.
I'll never understand why you chose such a macabre field.
There's nothing disturbing about it. It's just that
I'm proud of you. I really am. You've come so far. So, you haven't told me what's next. Will you get a job where you are, or...?
They actually have everyone they need. But my old teacher, Mr. Delver, transferred me to his office to finalize my internship there.
Oh, well, that's good. I remember you mentioning him. Where's he located? Are you moving away from me?
No, I'm not moving. He's actually located around here. Riverfields.
Oh, Rebecca. I don't like that.
Grandma.
Even I've heard things about that place. just be worried about you.
People make up stories. Death is a scary thing to a lot of people. And we try to explain things we don't understand, and we want comfort when we lose someone we love. I mean, no one's embalming any ghost bodies or whatever. It's fine.
All right. I'm sorry. But I wanted to give you this anyway. So, here.
I don't know if I want that.
Just take it, please. It should be yours anyway.
Thanks.
All right, enough spooky stuff. I'm so proud of you. When is all this happening? When do you start?
I've actually been there for a few weeks now. My review is tomorrow. All right, here we go.
Please tell me this isn't as scary as people make it out to be.
Horror is subjective, Joe. What you find scary might not be scary to us, you know?
People talk about this game like it's the newest iPhone, so I'm expecting big things today. Don't mind me as I rummage through this desk for anything we could use. It's a horror game after all. If it's for my survival, I'll take it.
I'm pretty sure this is just a horror game and not a survival horror game, Don.
And neither of you know when the scary stuff starts happening. Wonderful. I get to witness it firsthand with no warning.
Drawers have no collision. Game sucks. Who in their right fucking mind would leave an assistant to do everything? You don't let the assistant do brain surgery on you, right? Makes no goddamn sense.
Assistant managers do exist, Don. In this setting, though, probably not as believable. Then again, I'm not a mortician.
Let's stop dicking around and get to work. We've wasted precious time already for the intro.
That was the best part, though, since it wasn't scary yet.
This music's quite unsettling already, though.
It's fine. It's just a mood setting. You're not going to hear some YouTube happy-go-lucky music for this field of work.
I'd imagine a mortician in the comments section saying they listen to fucking California Girls by Katy Perry while working with dead bodies or something.
Can't shut this fucking window for whatever reason. Awesome controls.
Then stop opening the windows if you can't close them. Fucking hell, dude.
That's what you do when you let a nasty one rip.
Rebecca.
What the fucking Christ?
Perfect timing. I just finished with Mr. Dalton here. Please wheel him back to cold storage and bring us Mrs. Page.
This guy just came out of nowhere. Where the fuck was he when we entered? Not even a PA system in this place to greet us? Fuck off, dude.
We're using mouse and keyboard today because this isn't an intense game for controllers, so we thought we'd shrug and just use the default stuff.
Kinda looks like Joe here.
I still got till January before I can legally kick your ass without persecution, Donald.
I wonder what a mortician's pay is like. Must be lavish if this place looks as demure as it does.
I'm gonna hate the word demure as much as I hate the word moist.
You just said both words in the same sentence.
Thanks for pointing it out, dipshit. Now let's grab the other body for our boss.
I have a feeling she's gonna try and grab us from this view eventually.
Then you put the bitch in her place. We are playing as a woman, you know? It's legal.
We got ads limited on our Silent Hill 2 video, guys. Don't make it another...
All right. I'm just finishing up something here, so why don't you grab the clipboard and start recording identifying marks. I'll get out of your way when you're done and let you hop in here.
So he expects us to be some pro when he's gone? I don't even know how long we got this job. From the intro cutscene, it's like we just started.
Maybe Rebecca has 20 years experience already, like how most jobs expect you to have.
Why can't I shut windows? Fucking Raymond over here seems to have the power to close them when he actually wants to.
Oh
my God, Christ, dude.
These old windows never stay latched.
All right, so God or Satan just tried to give us a heart attack. Wonderful.
Let's continue, I guess.
Great. Climb on in here and put everything into the record system. Don't forget to take the printout to the front desk so Zoe can add it to the packet for the family. After that, we'll get started.
Why the fuck are you crossing your arms like that? Seems like I did something wrong. I hate when people do that.
Probably nothing, Don. Let's just do what he says.
I wonder if this guy has games on his computer.
That Night Shift logo reminds me of Netscape a bit.
Donald, you're seriously dating yourself.
You'll die here.
What was that?
I didn't say anything.
I swear that was in my room.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry.
I'd be booking it if I heard something say that in my ear.
The horrors of hearing an old-time printer like that, yeesh.
Now we gotta stick tubes and shit in the body. Ugh, this sounds awful to do.
I mean, that's what we all are going to be subjected to when we die, embalming and preserving our bodies. Although, I don't even know the condition of other president bodies.
Who the fuck stepped in the neon orange paint? Why do we even have that?
I'm just waiting for the real scary stuff to begin. I have a comfy blanket and holding a fluffy pillow for defense.
Time to embalm.
As she says so casually.
All right. I've set everything out so you can just go ahead and get started. I'll be monitoring. Everything's on your list there if you need it.
Anybody who is squeamish or doesn't like tubing or whatever, look away or just do something else. We'll promise to go by it quick if we can.
I wish I could fucking do that, but I'm stuck here with you guys, mainly because I'm unable to move from my comfy ass position.
I think we can skip all future operations like this unless it's something different or something happens.
Makes editing easier, honestly.
All right. I can't hold anything else.
My God.
Will you fucking stop that?
Sometimes we get chemicals that haven't been stored properly, and it can make them pop like that. Just keep doing your thing. I'll get it.
It's a good thing you remind me of an older corpse husband or I'd punch you.
Is he even around anymore? Like, he's alive, yes, but he scurried away from social media due to people being shitty and trying to dox him.
Let's hope nobody is shitty to try and dox us. I mean, what's the point in doing that other than to be a bad person?
Dude's gone through so much shit that I hope he's okay. We were going to use him as a voiceover for the creepypasta stories, but that's wrong to just yoink his voice for our own gain. You could say we're hypocrites by being presidents, but they're public and it's harmless. Using his voice would be harmful mentally for fans and himself, I think.
Plus, I'm certain that AI programs would struggle to keep his timber.
I know it's a dead body and it's our job, but this still gives me the creeps. Hopefully we're almost done the embalming process and we can get to the real scary shit people are waiting for. 3, 2, 1, and start.
Oh my fucking God, how much blood was in this old hag. It's like popping a life-size mosquito open, fucking Christ, I'm gonna be sick.
Get used to it, Joe. We're being paid to do this.
Both from the kind commenter and in this game.
We're not done yet? My God, I am going to be sick later. Oh, I hate that fucking noise. Stop doing that.
We need to fill the cavities in her body, Joe, or else we'll be dealing with the deflated body, which doesn't work that well in this setting.
The people behind this game knew what they were doing by making this uncomfortable with people who don't know how this process works.
It culls the brave from the squeamish. Now we just clean the machine, and I believe we are done with this body. So far it's been tame, but I'm sure the game will ramp up soon.
We've been playing for quite a bit with little stuff happening, so yeah, I hope this isn't boring.
What are you talking about? Those fake-out jump scares already got me on the edge of my seat.
What the fuck is going on?
I'm fucking terrified. Get away from her.
Tell you what.
What?
Holy fucking shit, that's terrifying.
Why don't you go ahead and head out? I'll take over from here.
Are you sure? I just got here.
Don't worry. You're doing great. I'll get the last of your paperwork sorted today and call you in for your first shift.
Oh, so now we're going to be on our own for sure. Great. After that wonderful image we all saw, I am just excited to see how heavy our pants are going to be by the end of this. We're staying true to the end, by the way. No part 2s and shit.
It was just really weird.
So some stuff fell over. That's not a big deal.
No, I know. It wasn't even my fault, but he sent me home right after that. I'm just really worried. He was supposed to finalize my stuff today.
And he said he would, right?
Yeah.
So that's a good thing.
Yeah, it just didn't feel like he meant it. Like he just said it to get me out of the building. Wait a sec, I have another call. Hello?
Hey, Rebecca. It's Raymond.
Oh, hi, Mr. Delver. Look, if I did anything wrong today, just...
No. I wanted to apologize. You've done a fantastic job. Just not feeling too well. That's actually why I'm calling. I know it's late, but we just got 3 new cadavers, and no one else can make it in right now. I was hoping you could come in and take care of them.
Well, yeah. Are you sure? I mean, of course.
took care of the rest of your onboarding. We're all set. And your new badge is in your personal belongings drawer in the back room.
That's great. Thank you. I'm on my way right now. I hope you feel better.
Thanks again. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye. Holy shit. That was him. He signed me on. He needs me to come in tonight.
See? I told you it was fine. Congratulations.
Thanks. I have to go. Like, right now. I'll talk to you later.
He's setting us up to die or something, I swear. He knows more than he's letting on.
Where are my keys?
Pretty obvious, right? He has way more insight and likely has a dark secret.
We're still being paid either way. Secrets or not, we need money, so we're gonna stick to it.
Oh, fuck. Here we are, back at the scariest place on Earth.
Let's just hope it's tolerable and not heart attack scary.
You don't know.
Anyone hear an ominously evil laugh?
Nope, didn't hear a thing other than your fucking whining. Let's go!
Well, we're fucking screwed now. Door locking on us and shit.
Well, let's just get this shit over with. Also, let's not ignore the fact that there's a dead fucking body in the vestibule. And this guy's staring at us through the front doors. Things are already going off the rails.
Let's just answer the phone and act normal.
Mr. Delver, I need help. Someone's outside the mortuary.
Just try to stay calm. I know you're scared. I'll unlock the door in a moment.
What?
This is very sudden, but listen to me. We have to start right away. I'm sorry. I didn't know until it made itself known this morning that it was here, let alone bound to you.
You little bitch bastard!
I had no way of knowing the possession had started.
What? Look, this isn't funny. Stop.
You need to take this seriously. You need to act quickly.
This is insane. I'll just leave. I'll just fucking leave.
You can't leave, Rebecca. I can't allow that for you or for others. It's far too dangerous.
What am I supposed to do then?
Most bodies I work with at night are fine, so we stay calm, okay? We embalm, file the paperwork, everything. Treat it like a normal day. Staying focused will help. I left some things for you on the desk. I'll call again when you get to the embalming room.
No, wait. Damn it, what the fuck? This is insane.
Now, I know why I don't have any friends in the mortician industry.
Okay. This is so stupid. It's just some hazing for the new girl or something. Just play along and do your job.
We can't do our fucking job if the door is locked to the embalming room, Raymond. I swear we're being sacrificed or something.
Maybe I too should grab a comfy blanket and a pillow to protect myself from what's ahead.
It's just a game, you two. I'm braving this shit with nothing other than my pride and my stubbornness to hold the spooktober tradition. It'll all be worth it in the end.
I'm fucking quitting tomorrow. I mean, who does something like this?
Just double it and give it to someone else.
All right, listen carefully.
Look, I'm sorry, but this entire thing is extremely unprofessional. If this is how you treat new hires, I don't think I can work for you. This isn't funny.
Rebecca, you don't have to believe me, but I hope you do before it's too late. The only way to save yourself is to banish the demon before you're too far gone. To do that, you will need to learn the demon's name, bind it to its chosen one, and burn it in the return. Look, I know this is a lot to take in. I wish I could do more for you. I had years to learn what I know. You have hours. I've recorded a number of cassettes to instruct you, in the hope that having a physical object with a known message will help you stay grounded. I won't be calling again. You can't trust the phones. Anything can be manipulated. Listen to the tapes. Learn the demon's name. Burn the correct body. The most important thing in the room is in that cabinet. Open it up. Good luck, Rebecca. I'm sorry this had to happen.
This is insane. Whatever. Just be the professional one, grab a body, and get started.
Nah, I'd break one of these windows and book it. Fuck the consequences.
Oh, stop with the whining, you guys. I said we're here for the long run, and I meant it.
The Night Shift Database. A computer program combining all my findings into one reference point. point.
grab a body,
The
and
database
get
contains
started.
all the information on the process of expulsion, the tools used, and most importantly, all the markings of the known demonic names. If you ever forget what to do, replay these tapes or look it up in the database. The collection of demonic names is the most crucial piece to the puzzle. You will need this information. My ID card is in my personal belongings drawer. On the back is the passcode to access it. Use it.
I'm just waiting for the one bad scare to put my Medicare treatment to the test.
At every moment, the demon is funneling its energy through you, weakening you, until you are unable to resist. Identifying a demonic entity is a delicate balance. The further you are from possession, the more time you have. The closer you are, the more the demon will make itself known, allowing you the information to guess its name and the body it's bound to. The only way I've found to tell how far along a possession is on your own is to scribble on a piece of paper. Don't think about it. Just scribble. Look carefully. If you notice anything strange, it's starting to take hold. There's a notepad and a pencil on the desk in the front room. Checking from time to time can give an idea of how long you might have.
I wonder how you could speed run this game by knowing immediately what body it is.
So anything scary that we will see is the demon trying to take hold of us. Wonderful. I'll note that down for when I have nightmares later.
Let's stay calm and pretend we're working at a Walmart and we're just doing our duties.
That's an even worse nightmare.
Criminal building.
Yeah, I have the feeling we're being watched hard right now.
Scaring the shit out of me.
Just go with the flow and ignore anything out of the ordinary.
All right, let's check you out.
But we're not going to show these ones on camera unless something happens.
YouTube is giving us the eye as it is, so that's why.
Who didn't pay the electric bill?
Fucking hell, and we barely got started.
Hello?
Whoa! Oh my fucking God!
Joe, what the fuck was that?
Why the fuck are you asking me? I'm not the one playing.
I'm getting out of here.
We can't leave even if we wanted to, Rebecca.
Who the fuck is down the hall?
Let's go take a closer look.
It kind of looks like us. What the actual fuck?
Oh, hell no. It's fucking with us
I
already.
need to file the copy up front.
Why would you touch it?
Because I could, okay?
Is this foreshadowing?
Let's ignore the creepy whispering and continue on with our job. Whoever just used their subwoofer outside, I hope your pillow stays warm.
Wait, we can actually leave?
Fuck yeah, had enough of this spooky ass game already.
As much as I want to go ahead and try to leave, we have to stick it through to the end. It seems too easy for the demon to allow us to leave.
Why? The exit was right there. To hell with whatever ending we'd get. We could have ended right there.
I agree. Seems way too easy to leave. Let's just follow the procedure.
The both of you are possessed by this demon, I swear.
What in the Van Helsing is this?
Dude really was into the Crowley thing, wasn't he?
Used to identify a demonic tendency? Where the fuck do you buy this stuff?
Probably from Craigslist.
Nobody's home, fuck off!
To banish a demon to hell, it must be bound to its chosen body and burned. The three objects in this cabinet are your tools. First, the clay tablet in the center is called a mark. Placing the smaller pieces in the correct configuration will spell the demon's name. Second, the bottles on the top shelf are a special reagent that will react to the mark. Add a bottle to the embalming mixture during the process. When the mark is placed on the correct body with the reagent inside, it will force the demon to become bound to it. Pay attention to signs that you have chosen correctly. They can be obvious or extremely subtle. Once you are certain the demon is bound to its vessel, burn it. Finally, the pieces of paper on the right are called letting strips. It must inscribe the sigils of its name in our world to begin the evocation. You will need to uncover these sigils to use them. Hold a letting strip up while wandering the mortuary. If it begins to smolder and burn, you're close. When the paper combusts, the sigil has been revealed somewhere in that area. They can be anywhere. So look on walls, under objects, inside furniture. Anywhere. The demon will inscribe its sigils over time to try and hide them, so check regularly. Once you uncover the sigils, use the night shift database to decide which demon you're dealing with, and use that knowledge to create the mark. The steps are simple. Add the reagent to the embalming mixture. Uncover the sigils. Build the mark and place it on the body. Then, when you're certain, burn it in the retort.
Alright, so I gotta have this thing burn in my hand as I look for sigils or whatever cool. I'm fucked for sure. It fucking burned away. The hell does that tell me?
Maybe you can only see it with the lights off.
Well, I definitely didn't see anything sigil related.
Alright. This working? Yeah. This thing is huge. So, I guess, this is David. Raymond, this feels insane, but I think you were right. This has happened a few times now, but let me see if I can get in here. There it is. Fuck.
So we aren't Raymond's first victim? Fuck's sakes, I'm calling the police on his ass when we're gone.
Yeah, sure, like the police are gonna believe someone who claims Springfield immigrants are eating pets.
Not that reading about demons and their houses and whatnot isn't essential or anything, but our guy's sitting straight up and looking at us from the gurney.
Just ignore him, Joe. He's not going to harm us as far as we know. It's just more demon shenanigans to try and make us more afraid than we are. Remember, it's all in our head right now.
Right now? The hell do you mean by that?
Until one of these things decides to get physical, we can just add it to the list of optical illusions. I'm kind of fucking busy, Raymond. Leave a goddamn message.
Hello?
Hello? Why are you still doing this? I'm going to kill you, Rebecca.
Fucking telemarketers, man. Do not redeem my ass.
I get those phone calls every day. You know what I do to combat them? I just fart into the phone.
That was a fucking fail game. I saw his dumbass pop in.
Still creep me out, though.
Holy shit, these things are sneaky. I had one of those letter things out and couldn't find the damn sigil for like 5 minutes. What was that? Sorry, you gotta speak louder next time, dummy. Time to do this one, and what the fuck was that?
Look like Gollum is in our world now.
There we go.
Did we inject ourselves with that shit?
Why is everything turning into 1970s New York?
Seems we've ended up in some drab apartment.
Maybe this is how this old lady died, I don't know. I'm not getting this shit. Hey Joe, found a stash of your son's stuff.
No, since it clearly says your kit, Don.
Why am I hearing water all of a sudden?
That's not water, Obama, that's blood. Oh my God, we're gonna drown.
Just stay calm. This is only a hallucination, it's not real. Oh, maybe it's water after all. Who's this chum?
You did this to me. It's all your fault.
Oh my God, it's the Grudge, shit.
Was that our backstory? I mean, it's a neat way to tell it, I guess.
I feel like this game hasn't shown us how scary it can be yet.
And now you've just jinxed us, since I know this game hasn't shown everything.
I mean, so far, I've handled them to some degree, some crying and a bit of the yellow coming out, but still tolerable. That's a sick beat, not gonna lie.
But it's way too damn loud. Turn that shit down, motherfucker!
I bet Eminem could rap over a BPM that fast.
Sounds like me when I thought my fridge's freezer would magically create ice cream for me if I open and shut it a lot.
Quiet like a mouse once again.
Let's head back. Who the fuck are you?
Oh!
Fucking homeless people everywhere. I'm gonna file so many MedComp claims that I won't have to work ever again. I think we found the demon's name finally.
I forget the steps we need to take after we know the name.
We just turned the place into the 1990s, or Mexico.
I can't even tell how far we are until the end of the game. No clear middle or end as far as I can see. Again with that noise? Why, I'm busy putting away a body. Give me a fucking second, you stupid demon. Thank you. God damn.
Might be the first time I heard you utter those two words.
I appreciate the demon trying to avoid drafts and all, but I'd like to keep them open for now, s'il vous plaît.
You just spoke Canadian French, the fuck?
I think the weasel up north transferred some of his Canadianness onto me like a disease.
Well, what the fuck did you do, Donald?
I didn't do fucking shit, I just removed the tubes, what the hell?
I need to see a therapist after this. This is some bullshit, man.
The flashing plan for my own. 3 houses gods of hell. 2 of the kids of the great maps. 1 to usher to duration. I have come.
Where the hell are we now?
The only way to know is to explore. Just be cautious.
I bet the rashes Rebecca will have will be excruciating.
So what the fuck am I supposed to do here? Can't see shit, so I guess I'll just wander until I see anything.
I have Rebecca Black's song Friday on standby for a direct attack if needed.
I'm too hot to give up. Goth girls are the shit.
Is this more of her backstory? Looks like the demon is taking advantage of the trauma. Very clever.
You're complimenting a demon? What's wrong with you?
I'm just saying, Donald.
I'm so sorry.
What a familiar voice. Be more comforting. Just let me in, Rebecca. It will be over.
Holy shit, this demon is smart. I mean, terrifying, but also smart.
I'd agree with that. This thing knows how to toy with its victims until they break.
And we're not gonna let that happen.
All right.
Oh, come on, give us a damn break, demon.
It's pointing down the hallway.
Creepy music. Oh no!
Did we enter in that hallway, SCP?
I'm getting nervous just being in here. If you want to kill me, just kill me then, demon!
Oh fuck, is that the grudge girl again? Apparently God has left us as well. Hey, don't play hide and seek when you can go in between walls, you cheater!
More water? This demon really wants to shove her trauma back down her throat.
I bet the bitch is gonna jump scare us when we go back.
My pillow defenses are ready. I don't have claustrophobia defenses. Shit!
Looks like Gollum wanted to say hi again.
So how many more bodies do we need to do? I thought it was 3 and then that's it.
I'm sure we got some more stuff to do before the end credits. I believe this is the one we need to burn. Hope we got it right or we're fucked.
Just burn all the bodies, Don. No harm in doing it to the others, just in case.
I agree with that plan. If we get it wrong, just burn them all.
If it was that easy, Raymond would be so embarrassed since that's all he would have had to do. Unless he is a demon himself cosplaying as a human. Say hello to the flames of the underworld, bitch! No more demonic bullshit from you anymore. Raymond is so gonna get imprisoned for trapping me here.
I have a feeling we might have gotten it wrong, though. I'm still optimistic as well.
So far, so good, maybe?
Ah, shit, something's gonna go wrong, isn't it?
Knew it. I doubt we even injured the demon at all, or maybe Raymond was right. Who knows, really?
Oh God, it's charred Gollum. Oh God, it's charred Gollum.
Does that mean we win?
There you are. Good.
Is it over?
It's never over. But you survived.
What do you mean? Can I leave? I want to go home.
You can leave. But once an entity finds you, all the houses of hell will do anything to get back to you. I'm sorry, but it doesn't end here. From now on, there is always a chance this will happen again. No matter where you are.
I don't want this. I just want to leave. What do I do?
I'm sorry, but there's no going back. I've spent years learning everything I can to keep these entities at bay. It's the only thing we can do.
So what, you're waging some selfless holy war?
It's not a war. It's survival. And I'd hardly call it selfless. We're caught at the front line of something larger. But I don't do this for some greater good. We either face it, or fall to it. I wish I could claim to be someone better, suffering hell to save us all. But I simply want to live another day, just like everyone else. When I first experienced this, I had to make a choice. I could run and spend the rest of my days in fear, or I could learn to face it and keep some semblance of a normal life.
Normal. Right.
It's not a life I would want for anyone, but choosing between a life of fear or control. You're the first person I've met to face this hell and survive. So I'm offering you a different kind of job. Work the night shift. Learn what I know. Give yourself a chance at a life beyond fear. I don't know what you experienced, but I know it uses the worst parts of you against yourself. The more you experience, the more you'll confront the darkest parts of your life. But through it, you'll become unbreakable. I'm offering the tools to take control. The choice is yours. I hope you come back.
Oh, hell no, I'm done with this shit. Take your holy war and shove it. Thank you all for watching, and thanks to the commenter who donated $5 to us. We really appreciate it. Ah, man, we totally ate shit during that game. I blame Joe for making us lose. I'm heading off for the night. You guys have a good night, and Joe, fuck you. It's late as hell, and I just want to go to bed. Got to prepare for more rallies that are solely dedicated to shitting on Kamala and Tim when I barely talk about any policies. No, Melania, I don't need my teddy bear tonight. I'm super confident about my chances of winning between now and Election Day. I'll be fine, I promise. Nothing like a super soft and comfy bed, let me tell you. I mean, no one's here for me to talk to, but I assume I am talking to my wonderful audience, so I'll imagine I'm having some astral projection moment on their screens. At any case, time to go to sleep.
And now the results of the 2024 presidential election has arrived. Your next president, ladies and gentlemen, will be none other than Kamala Harris. She will take over the reins of Joe Biden starting in January of 2025.
Thank you, Obama, and thank you, America. I cannot express how grateful I am to be your next president. I will bring America back into prosperity. And if Trump keeps to his word, he will not run in 2028, which is fine by me. I hope you're ready to see my ass break that goddamn glass ceiling that Hillary Clinton tried to break.
This isn't right. What's going on? Why are the results announced already? It's November 5th already, but Halloween hasn't happened yet. What the hell?
What are you talking about? We already have Christmas decorations up.
What the fuck are you doing here, Joe? You don't live here. This is my house. Get the fuck out.
We are conjoined together, for we are already dead, Donald.
What are you even saying? We're both still alive, and yes, I said we, even though I'm surprised for every day you're still walking and barely talking.
You know what the best part is? You were here the entire time watching this go down as you are embarrassed by the American people.
You lost. Now it's time for you to be forgotten once and for all.
No! I said no, damn it! Oh, thank God it was just a dream. It's still October and we're still over 10 days away before the election. I still got time, thankfully.
Hey, do you have room in your bed? I had a dream where I was still in the race and won the election, and it scared me half to death.
What the fuck? How did you get in here? You know what? No, get the fuck out of my house before I drop you out the goddamn window, you freak of nature. Holy fuck! This is another game someone paid us to play, and it's called Bad Parenting, the first episode at least.
Hopefully this old-timey music isn't copyrighted, or else our editor is going to be real annoyed going back to cut it out.
Makes me wonder if this is only story 1. Will this game be endless with the stories people send to On, the developer?
Then Donald would have endless content for On, as he was beaten by his daddy a lot when he was younger.
Can you not mention that, please? Jesus Christ, that's not cool, dude. Who the hell is this?
It's Mommy!
Shut up!
Ah yes, have sympathy for a woman that comes home late at night a lot. Unless she has scrubs in her closet, that's suspicious.
Our mother is that bad that she completely forgot to give us a birthday gift? The gall in her, I swear.
If this is goddamn Santa Claus, I'll be super terrified. Dude's a straight up creep. Well, that guy definitely sets the creepy factor high already, moving that unnaturally like he's possessed or something.
He kind of has a similar tone to my father, but he was way more successful to be wearing a stained wife beater.
Yet you got mad at me for even mentioning your abuse. Hypocrite?
Yeah. Come on. We got to go to bed to progress through the game.
We do appreciate the $10 donation to play this. Don't feel like you have to donate for us to play things.
Sounded kind of sassy there, Joe, but he's right. We appreciate the generosity, but it's not needed to pick a game to play.
Rest in peace to Presidential Orba, though. Dude was pretty good in the scene until YouTube demonetized his ass.
Hopefully we'll be okay through YouTube's eyes, but you never know.
Our Silent Hill 2 video got limited ads for saying an Australian's favorite word, so I guess we know not to say that again.
Enough moping. Let's just rest for our parents and see who Mr. Redface is.
Summoned another hurricane.
I don't know, but I hear something big coming.
Oh, that's not unsettling at all.
What the hell does he have in his hand?
Moving at frames per second, I see.
It's made by one dev, leave him be.
Seems like this is major foreshadowing.
Probably was just a bad dream.
I don't have a good feeling about this, Mr. Redface.
Why would a doll be made to be exactly like us? I feel this will lead to something horrible.
Well, keep your guys' thoughts to yourself for what the plot twist of this game is. Even if it's just a guess, we should find out blindly.
You're right. Maybe it's a neutral or even happy ending.
Although the game is named Bad Parenting, so I'm not entirely hopeful.
Oh boy, my favorite meal, red slop.
Just imagine it to be spaghetti or something. PS1 graphics are super charming to me.
Until you see something that would look even more disturbing if it were 4K.
Ah, so we get the Sims way of eating food. Neat.
Take my damn money. I want that shit.
Here I thought we'd go a video without swearing. I was wrong.
Is the doll gonna feed us wine?
That's super illegal and disturbing if it is.
All we can do is observe.
But why though?
Things are going even darker already. This is a short game, isn't it?
It's about a half-an-hour game, yeah.
Well, let's go see what happened to our father. I bet he does, though.
So this doll wants us to go into the closet, but we're too young to understand what that means.
Don't poison your mind with that shit, Don. This is supposed to be a serious game about bad parenting.
This game has already made my heart race for all the jump scares of Mr. Redface. By the way, how come we only see him in jump scares?
I don't know, dude. Stop assuming.
Liar!
So far I have an idea for what's going on, but I'll let Donald see it for himself.
Where the hell do we live to get such shitty reception?
That looks so nice. I want to go there. Damn it. Oh, well.
Why the hell is there a creepy as hell doll in there?
Might be on themselves, given the mock-up of MGM before the main menu.
Awesome. Now I can hear the sounds of the part of winter I despise, the snow.
Oh, sure, like a doll can prevent a house intruder.
This looks nothing like what I was hearing.
Might be some sort of reception place.
Then who is supposed to be the receptionist here?
I hope Bruce Willis isn't here. Dude's been through a lot the past few years.
Yeah, Bruce Willis isn't bad at all.
Neither is Bruce Campbell.
Something tells me that our Bruce is a truly despicable person.
From what I've understood so far, you're right on the money.
I hate these damn jump scares, holy shit.
A child in fire, a child in a trunk, and a child in a shallow grave. Oh, God.
I'm sure it's nothing related, Obama.
Dude looks like he's in the coldest place possible. Doesn't look inviting at all.
A spell card, what is this, Yu-Gi-Oh or something?
Jesus Christ.
Thanks for the heart attack, Mother.
I don't think humans can turn their heads like that.
That place looked like a prison cell to me.
I'm not getting good hopes from that.
Okay, the fact she knows the doll's name and that we've been acting strangely is setting off alarm bells in my head.
Surprised anything is in your head? Jesus fucking Christ!
Why? Too scary!
Okay, something is connecting Mr. Redface to our father heavily.
I'm calling it now. Mr. Redface is the reason we're the way we are right now.
Again, getting a bad vibe for all this. Mr. Redface only appeared after the argument.
Only time will tell, Donald. We're getting closer to the truth, I think.
Jesus Christ, take your toys out of the washer and dryer next time, kid.
Unironically funny line.
Oh, that's not good at all.
Little does Lil Bro know that I found a spell card in the prison cell. Dark hole this, bitch.
Yeah, that would just be a black hole killing us all.
I can feel everything building up to some big reveal.
Time to see what this spell card does to the big bad Mr. Redface.
Why are the kids all watching the door?
Waiting for us, I guess.
Here goes nothing. Special delivery.
Let's hope he takes the bait.
The man of the hour.
Nailed his ass. I guess I just go and see now. No one's saying anything right now. So far, nothing has happened yet. I hope I legit got him.
Just go and find out. I don't know. No real indicators.
Wow, we actually did it, although I still have an uneasy feeling.
I think we're about to see what really went down.
Stock sound effect, nice.
The tea, though.
So he doesn't work? That sounds awful.
I believe now we'll see everything that the doll was trying to show us. Viewer discretion is advised. Trigger warning being abuse and physical harm.
Oh, so the doll showed us what the father was doing with that wine bottle. Oh, dear God. Does this mean he's... He is goddamn Mr. Redface.
Seems obvious alcohol does make you go red-faced.
So that was his stomping at the beginning.
We shall soon bear witness to why he was in our room that night. Oh, God, again, viewer discretion is advised. Dear God, what the fuck?
And he stuffed us in the closet we couldn't open. Yeah, that's super disturbing. I bet we'll be able to open that now and have a look.
I wish we weren't able to, but there's no other choice.
I hope the person that paid us to do this appreciates the trauma we're witnessing. Gonna need therapy after this.
So why is he shivering when we saw him?
Why the hell are we a zombie now? What? Is this the trauma he's dealing with or something?
After killing his own child in a fit of alcoholic rage, I'd assume so.
This is tugging so many heartstrings, man.
Especially when she finds out what happened to her child on his birthday.
I feel so bad for her. I'm almost crying myself over this.
Strangest looking cops I've ever seen, faceless and wearing all black.
Wait a second, was that spell card something legit?
The doll did say it was able to defeat Mr. Redface, and with him being at a motel, you can put 2 and 2 together.
So the spell card was a motel card and the father is hiding at a cheap motel. Bazinga!
This seems to be the end of the game, or this story episode at least. We could come back to this next year when more episodes are out, but we appreciate people watching and those donating so we can keep going as a channel. Others may have fallen, like Orb when their monetization got revoked, but we will still stand tall. Unless we get demonetized ourselves, in which things would be difficult.
If you say the D word one more time, it probably will happen like Beetlejuice, so quit saying it.
In any case, I think our time talking has ended for this video. Please enjoy the last little bit uninterrupted.
It seems like a dream that I'm the star of a video for once. I mean, excluding games I play solo.
Hey, it's not like we were able to pick what position we'd be in.
Your guys' models look like actual fucking models compared to mine. Whoever made mine needs to learn how to apply textures correctly.
Joe, did you weight the nuclear codes again?
I look like some kid's coloring book.
It has voice acting, like our voices. That's fucking awesome.
So that's what happened to my coloring book. I knew it was missing, I just didn't know where.
This seems fitting to end Spooktober. We'll still play Black Ops 3 and maybe some other games we've played this month like Silent Hill 2, but this just feels right. As it's the White House and it has our models in it to represent us.
But it shafts Bush by making his model look awful. At least they tried.
Not really. This is the equivalent of watching Joe Biden try to help the people of Florida after 2 hurricanes back-to-back this month.
You're fucking blaming me when FEMA is the real reason why everything is awful for Florida. Fucking State Farm donated to Ron DeSantis' campaign for fuck's sakes, and yet I am the problem here?
Why do I hear the sounds of a gobblegum machine and yet I don't see one? Very strange.
Does the Steam page say we need to do something specifically? Or do we just go to round 20 and call it?
Honestly, I did not even read it. If it has a viable ending, we'll discover it if we can. If not, then yes, we'll go to 20 and then stop.
I'm just glad we're all playing together again and not trying to introduce someone every time.
What, you're not a fan of the channel giving the spotlight to new faces? There's a few we haven't shown yet, and it'd be cool to show them at least once to people, but I get what you're saying. We're a solid team across multiple channels, especially with Joshua Shaw and Shrevington.
This will carry the nation out of recession.
I would have included Static in the mix, but, you know, issues.
Remind me of what I did to Bin Laden.
No fucking way did they include me saying that. A nonchalant bark of my involvement with Bin Laden.
Involvement as in you worked with him or got him?
Joe, you were my vice president. You were there when we made the announcement. Or did you flat out forget you were a VP?
Dude's gonna forget he has a wife before 2025.
This power-up reminds me of the indiscriminate use of tomahawk missiles.
The amount of joy I get when I hear myself say these things is unreal. Whoever made this map, you are amazing. You still gotta fix Bush, though. He's not a happy camper.
I flat out am ignoring the image on the bottom left-hand side and just holding X when I'm near a door or weapon so I don't have to think about it.
Seems like we need pieces of clothing for something, and I'm guessing it'll be nods to previous presidents. I mean, it makes sense because of this location.
Nuclear bombs, the ultimate deterrent.
Dude, what? I mean, you're not wrong, especially with Iran and Russia trying their empty nuclear threats for the umpteenth time, but still, bruh.
When I become president next week, I'm going to be Iran's worst nightmare. Outside of their civilians being fed up with the regime anyway.
I don't remember being in the indoor cinema much. I was too busy being on talk shows and pissing off Syrians.
It's not fun when all of your audience are the same people every time. Can't even invite Corn Pop to watch movies with me, only because he's dead.
Make sure you report this on your taxes, Donald.
In-game me is right, Donald. Report these points on your taxes.
How about you and your in-game self go fuck yourselves? How about that?
As a Democrat, I'm not entirely comfortable handling this much ammunition.
That's a fucking lie. Joe sends ammunition and weaponry to Israel and Ukraine all the time.
Israel is the place where some of our components we use in our phones is developed. If they're gone, I'll have no way to watch all the CP Diddy has made.
Joe, has anyone told you that you speak too much?
George, you confused Iraq with Ukraine. That's just as embarrassing and insulting to soldiers.
Tomato, same fucking thing.
I mean, no, but whatever. So we're collecting clothes, dishes, a film reel. We got a number of things to collect, and I'm not even sure where to look.
Well, clothes should be on beds in the bedrooms, I'd imagine. Where else would you put clothes?
So this is just a big scavenger hunt. Bet we won't find the buyable ending before round 20.
I wonder if this gives me anything. Missing component, fuck. I bet if we come back to this map at a later date, we might find stuff quicker, but as of right now, this looks to be a round 20 game.
Sounds good to me. Just find stuff along the way and pray we don't get overrun easily.
I say Joe goes down first before anyone else.
Why is there a copy of Mark Twain's Tom Sawyer here? Mark wasn't a president, so that's kind of weird.
That book has been redone to death. At least the original by Twain himself is a good read. Although I've moved on to audiobooks so I can listen while seeing the world on fire.
I'm just finding parts all over the place. I just picked up a security clearance badge from a dead Secret Service guy.
I promise that whatever you find where that clearance badge goes, that it's not bad shit. I mean, I wouldn't even tell you if there was bad stuff in those offshoot areas.
I swear to fucking God, if I open up the drawers in the Oval Office's desk and see shit that would make Epstein blush, I will never forgive you. Not that I do now, but it'd be super certain at that time.
A speech by Harry Truman, eh? I mean, I'm not really going to pay attention to it much. It's probably just a neat side Easter egg. Thomas Jefferson's shirt. I'm amazed it stood the test of time for us to find it.
Nah, I'm sure that's just a white shirt ordered off of Tima to pose as his shirt.
I feel like that's exactly what would be the case. I don't trust Tima like how I don't trust Joe Biden to keep a train of thought longer than a minute.
I wasn't paying attention and I forgot what I was going to say.
Joe is a paid actor, I swear.
I'm getting paid?
Seems like most of these pickups are just stuff from past presidents. Again, it's to be expected, but I applaud the creator for the small nods to them.
Yeah, well, I'm still jaded about my treatment.
Holy fuck, get over yourself, George. The fuck's the matter with you? You're playing with the boys once again, and that should be enough to lift your spirits. Ignore the petty shit like your stupid ass model.
But now I'm gonna see this gray nightmare in my dreams tonight.
Then go on fucking Pornhub to replace that with something that's 10 times better.
Just make sure you tick the straight porn option. I ticked the gay porn option once and was super confused as to why there were so many nut-to-butt videos.
I have a feeling that was intentional, but you're trying to hide it. On a side note, finally found the mystery box. Wouldn't think they'd put it this far into the map, but hey, it's better than not finding it at all. I love how every single one of you are not up here helping me while I hit the fucking box.
Oh, hell no. Why would I subject myself to be pinned on either side of me when I have more room down here? Think, man.
We can try and cover the ones down here if that helps.
And now I am alone as well. Coordination between the four of us is a myth.
William Taft's shirt would have expected it to encompass the entire table here, but this is more appropriate. Let's see what this unlocks. I knew there was a gobblegum machine. The perks and shit are hidden behind these drawers that need the shirts and other attire from past presidents to unlock.
That's kind of cruel. What if we never found this shit? Would we be playing this knocked style?
Oh, fuck, I would hate that.
I gotta say, Bush, you are a real one for installing a candy machine in the White House.
I'm still so happy we got lines and not reusing the standard ones. Never heard of the Atom Waffa, but it looks to be a specific wonder weapon of this map, so yay for me.
Why don't I get any of the cool shit? I'm the current president, for fuck's sakes.
The cool shit we'll get is seeing you exit the White House for good.
I think I've just found where the clearance badge goes.
And you find it right before we hit round 20? Would have been nice to fully explore this early on, but alas, it is what it is.
Undead just got unalived.
Oh yeah, these are where presidents go when the White House is compromised. It's like a James Bond kind of thing, but instead of being the big bad villains in those films, we are just politicians and high power people.
President Bunker slide sounds fun.
We have a slide in this place? How come nobody told me? I wanted to have a turn, goddammit.
I bet the rash you get if you have exposed skin while sliding is the worst pain on the planet. On par with severe rope burns.
Initiating the PAT protocol.
If only there was an actual PAT protocol in real life. I'd send so much stuff in it just to see what happens.
Everybody knows that the first thing they do is try to pap their penis to eliminate the need of Viagra. God fucking damn it, I don't got any good shit to defend myself.
Not a good time to be useless, Joe. Obama left to wherever the fuck he went, and we're being swarmed.
It can't be up to me. I'm fucked.
Fuck's sakes. Now they're all gonna come to me in this cramped room with multiple things to get stuck on. Fantastic. Well, I guess there's nothing else to do other than to kill everything I see. Cue the music. Ooh.
Someone help! I'm surrounded by Trump supporters. Zombies suck worse than a bush-shredded coffin. My weapon is running low on gun juice. Reminds me of some marijuana days. Hot, sticky, surrounded by parasites. Double points? Make sure you report this on your taxes, Donald. After this is all over, I'm taking a nice long vacation. I need something bigger than this crap. Don't let me down.
Holy fuck, that was intense. The music was amazing as well.
Well, we've reached round 20 with no viable ending in sight. Oh well, it's a fun map to keep around.
It was fun now to rid me of this stupid ass model.
You're never gonna let this go until it's fixed. I know it.